Thank you. Were you one of the people that helped kick GameStop in the balls?
Actually, I got in on some of that. I started investing in GameStop with the big rise, and it was actually through whoa, a little feedback there. It was actually through the aftermath. So what had happened was there's a phenomenon that's referred to as Robin Hood Gate, right? Everything's got a gate these days. So,
is that referring to the app Robinhood?
Yes. And
so what they were doing is they were like getting all these little investors, and they were selling that data back to big investors. So the big investors could actually they knew what all the little guys were doing, and they could fuck them over, right?
Well, that's kind of sort of how the game works. But the real tipping point for me, and what I'd seen that kind of threw me away from, toward the game is rigged, is that in the midst of all of that hodling and pushing the Robinhood stock, right? So this actually happened on a weekend. I want to say like a Thursday or a Friday. It might have just been the Friday. Basically, they were stopping. Robinhood was no longer allowing for folks to sell. No, they were no longer. Jesus Christ, this has been a couple of years ago, so you got to forgive me.
I'm sorry.
I believe they were no longer allowing folks to purchase stocks through Robinhood. They could only, that's what it was. They could only close their positions, right? So if you had GameStop or AMC, and I think there was another one that was big at that time that was sort of in that scene, right? If you wanted to continue to take positions, basically all day Friday, right? I want to say it started at like 9 or 10 a.m. Eastern time. They no longer were allowed to make any more purchases on GameStop. No longer allowed to take any more positions on AMC. You could only close positions, so no more opens. And this caused a massive flood online. People were freaking the fuck out, because they were, day traders, scalpers. So scalpers are people who will make a trade and then close the position within just a short time. Whereas your swing traders will hold a position for a couple of days.
That's called shorting, right?
No, that's called scalping. Where you'll an investor, of course, is somebody who invests in a hell is that? An investor, of course, is someone who will take a position and then hold the position for an indefinite amount of time, and then they close their position to make a profit, right? So let's say you hold it for a few months, you hold it for a few years, maybe a decade even. You close your position, you take your profits, and you go. So a day trader is someone who will take a position, hold it for a couple of days, typically more of a period of more than 3 days, maybe a week, and then close the position, take their profits, and go home. A scalper is just real quick in outs. So you can actually take a position and close it within a matter of seconds. And that wild, greedy, addictive shit is something that I did somewhat get into, given the options at the time. And
I've got addictive personality as well.
I
can get hooked on shit.
But that was the problem, was that people were no longer allowed to close their position. So you could take the position, you could open a position, and then you could no longer close it. So once the price started going down, people started losing money. People started freaking out and closing, and then trying to, buy low, hoping that they could sell high, but they couldn't buy anymore. And that lasted the entire trading day. People were losing their shit. I wasn't really on Twitter at the time, but I guess that was a shitstorm. I did see it all over, I think Facebook was the only social media I was using at that point. Obviously, it made national news. I want to say about 1 o'clock, 2 p.m. So after the lunch, Robinhood had came back and said, hey, wait, it's not us. We are not the ones who are, it's the holding company. It's the company that, allows for the transactions to take place behind the scenes, right? They're not allowing our customers to open any more positions, to buy any more of these particular stocks. We don't know why. Well, it turns out I also was using Webull, and I think M1 Finance at that time, who also have the same holding company, whose name escapes me, because again, this is a few years ago. They had the same holding company as Robinhood, and they were coming back with, "Hey, no, bro, we've been opening positions, we've been buying, we've been selling all day. This is not a thing." The holding company came forward, I think, on Twitter, and was like, "No, bro, it's not us." They opened an investigation on this, and I want to say that might have been part of the same class action lawsuit that you were talking about with Robinhood that came about later. I remember Elizabeth Warren.
Is Robinhood even a thing anymore? I don't hear about them.
Couldn't tell you. I'm sure it's not as popular as it was at the time, though.
Well, this seems like something that would put them out of business. Now let's back up. Traditionally, what investing is supposed to be is like you or I, as a regular citizen, we invest in fucking company A down the road, and we want to put our money in there and hope that they grow over the course of 5, 6, 7 years, and we make a little money from that. But it's turned into this, so
YouTube just took a shit
scam almost. It's all these financial gurus trying to bet on the system and fuck normal people over in order to try to cash out and make money. And it's indicative of what is wrong with capitalism, correct?
Right. And don't get me wrong. That's why I say what it was that I was doing, as far as scalping or just...
I'm not blaming you. I'm not saying chainsaw, you were the problem.
You're not wrong, though. You're not entirely wrong, though. That is a major problem. Scalpers specifically, and people who aren't... I mean, if you're going to invest in a company, even let's take, let's act in support of capitalism for just a moment. As you said, you invest in a company... Right. But you invest in a company that you believe in, and for the hope of the growth of the company or the growth of a product or whatever. But in actuality, you end up with people who are, as I say, doing like what I was doing, where you're basically manipulating the system to make a quick buck with no concern or no. Honestly, it doesn't even take any sort of know-how or financial knowledge on the company or the product or the industry itself. You literally just watch the, spiky, cursor go up, spiky cursor go down.
You brought up GameStop and AMC specifically, and we're talking about during the pandemic. Those were two stores that depended on not stores. One is a store, one is a theater. They depend on foot traffic in order to make money. So they are actually getting walloped because of COVID, and then underhanded investors are trying to drive the price up I'm sorry, Liberty, it is serious shit tonight. Usually it's bullshit. I'm sorry, but I want to pick Chainsaw's brain. This is awesome. But they were taking advantage of the situation because it was a perfect storm that AMC and GameStop both struggling. GameStop was already struggling. AMC already struggling as well. But COVID really kicked that into high gear. Correct?
Oh, for sure. Well, you had a lot of people who were, home, who had the option to, a lot of folks were either collecting PPP money, who own their own business, who now aren't able to function their business as much as they were. You had people who were collecting unemployment, who were starting their first Robinhood accounts or going back to it. The amount of investors had gone through the roof at that time. So you had a lot of new money flooding into the system, and it was not so great because you had people who were trying to make a quick buck, and a lot of folks lost a lot of cash.
Oh God, I just realized your audience heard me belch, didn't they?
True.
I warned him. I was like, I will mute my mic and cough a lot. And I forgot you're streaming over there. You got my raw audio.
It's all good. I actually had to so I had to reload my stream bot a couple of times, and congratulations, buddy, on your return to Twitch. Good thing we nuke those VODs as soon as they close.
I want to point out, if you see a man by the name of Mr. Justin Muffins, you don't know him.
I never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
It sounds wild. He sounds like trouble.
Okay. Anyway, we got off on finance, but you were telling the backstory of your show, how Cash, Coffee, and Chaos came to be.
Right. So like I say, I started out in stocks. That actually, it was the Robinhood gate that really screwed me up, because I was reading more about it and finding out more about how the game is rigged. I mean, if you can't even trust your you take your unemployment money that you've worked and whatever for, and then figured out a way to acquire those funds, because they did not make it easy. I live in a red state, and I know that a lot of folks, I hear that a lot of folks also do, and they did not make it easy. The state that I live in actually was the first state to cut unemployment for recipients. I want to say like 5 months earlier than any other state. Unironically, I know people who left the state who lived in bluer states who continue to draw those funds. So fuck you, Mike Parson, and your bullshit. It's a lot of fun, but yeah, like people doing what they can to get to where they can, and then are okay. So I open up a Robinhood account. Okay, well this thing is kind of fashionable. Maybe I want to buy some stocks in AT&T or Tesla. That was a huge one there for a while. While it was going through the roof, you basically could throw a fucking dart at a wall and make money. In 2020, right? And then to see people who honestly tried to believe in the system and tried to believe in capitalism and whatever, I was a sock dem at the time, and this is really what broke me. To see that.
Well, this is what radicalized you.
Pretty much. This and one other event, but yeah, that was the thing that made me think, okay, well, wait a minute, and then to watch Congress talk a lot about it, and then, we're not doing much. So it pretty much steered me away from capitalism in general. And from that point, I started covering the news around that. And then it just sort of spiraled out of control. We went from, viewing stocks at 4 a.m. to, now we're talking at the 6 o'clock news at, 7 p.m. So, and obviously other issues that I found, important. Started out as a news show, just doing segments. I actually started streaming, and I was thinking about this the other day. I think you were one of the very first Twitch streamers that I ever actually saw and watched. Yeah. You didn't know that. Yeah.
Really? Awesome. Well, I'm glad that I could be your gateway into the Twitch.
Pretty much. I mean, don't get me wrong. I had a Twitch account. I tried it one day when, but it wasn't for me, right? Started watching your show, and I'm like, okay, well, this is, there's somebody else out there who's talking about the news, who's talking about social issues and whatnot. I don't really get what it is that he's doing, because I record like a 10-minute piece and I upload it on YouTube, and then I hope and pray that somebody watches it. But like, you show up and you're like there for like a few hours talking about things, and people just kind of come to this, and I'm like, the fuck is going on here? This is really unique. This is interesting. And from there it just, I decided, hey, that maybe this is the way. And so
I have to give my props to producer Dave. Producer Dave and I came up together trolling in like Facebook groups, trolling Christians and shit back in 2010, 2011, 2012, sometime around that time period is when producer Dave and I met up. He was doing internet radio at the time.
It's like a long time ago, buddy.
Yeah. I'm telling you. So he started streaming, I think around 2015, 2016 time. And he's like, hey, man, you got to come over here. You got to start streaming. And he was on to me for years. But I've told this on the stream. So like I have a degree in broadcasting. I got my first job in the radio when I was 16 back in 2000. I've only ever had a job doing like radio, photography, TV. I've done some movie work. It's all I've ever done in my life. So I thought I was too good for streaming. I thought I was too good. I thought I was above it, that I'm a real broadcaster, right, and that going on stream would actually be bad for my career. And holy shit, was I stupid, because if I had started streaming back in like 2012, 2013, I would have been Tim Pool instead of Tim Pool.
No, I hear you there. Honestly, I think at that time, specifically everybody who's like in our age bracket, looks at that like the first moment when you think, man, that would be pretty cool to like make content on YouTube. I saw David Pakman and I thought, man, that'd be pretty neat. Do some kind of news radio type of thing, or like any kind of radio thing. Even just like playing say doom metal and stoner rock. Doing segments in between and then just uploading that and being like, hey, here it is, check it out. Looking back and being like, well, shit. And how
doom metal and stoner rock, is that what you're into?
I like to think I listen to a wide variety of music, but at that time I was heavy into it. I'm also a musician. Most of the bands.
Oh, what do you play?
A little bit of everything. The worst drummer ever, but I can keep a beat. I started out playing bass guitar when I was like 15. Play guitar, and I write let's say chiptune, but more like house influenced or chiptune influenced house.
Did you play around with like the Fruity Loops back in the day?
I did not. I had a Cakewalk Kinetic 2. That was how I got started in electronic music.
Interesting.
Which now
I've never even heard of that program.
Cakewalk was Cakewalk was the company. Released a product called Kinetic. It was basically, I think it was originally for chiptune. Epic Prawn, you may correct me on that. But then they started using it for like a wider range of music production, whatever. They came out with Kinetic 2, and I used it more for like mixing. So we would take like raw studio tracks of like guitar, drums, bass, vocals, whatever, and then use that as like the mix board, because it fit into the budget.
Mm-hmm.
But then now, I've since discovered that Cakewalk, the company, went down. I want to say BandLab picked it up, and so now they released the product Sonar, but they've relabeled it as Cakewalk by BandLab. It's pretty cool.
So I was going to say Adobe probably bought them because Adobe bought everything.
True.
Well, now that I found out that you are into music, that's a good segue into our very first story that we're going to do tonight. Are you ready for this one?
Let's go.
15 rock songs that are actually really creepy. I want your opinion on this. Let's dissect this and see if we find that these rock songs are actually really creepy. Ooh. This was published by Loudwire a few days ago. The first one is Beatles Run for Your Life. Are you familiar with Beatles Run for Your Life? I don't think I've heard this one.
Yeah, I don't know that I am, actually.
This is a deep cut. Apparently, the early Beatles set the standard for guitar-based pop rock, but not everything was bubblegum, like I Want to Hold Your Hand or Love Me Do. That's not my favorite Beatles. I do not like early Beatles. What about you?
Like that's more like my mom's kind of thing. Now I say that. Meanwhile, I'm over here listening to No Milk Today by Herman's Hermits, and she's like, "That's cringe, bro. Stop it." So,
Yeah, the White Album, Sgt. Pepper, shit past that. That's when the Beatles became really good. But apparently this is Run for Your Life off of Rubber Soul. The voice in Run for Your Life is that of a man who will kill his significant other if he finds she's been with someone else. Now, knowing what I know about John Lennon and how abusive that motherfucker was, that makes total sense.
Jesus. I was not actually aware of that.
The unforgettable line, I'd rather see you dead, little girl, than to be with another man. Apparently lifted from Elvis Presley, who also was a piece of shit.
Wow. That feels problematic.
I'm not familiar with Danzig. I'm not a big Danzig fan. I listen to the greatest hits because Curiouser is a real big fan of Danzig. So I listened to the greatest hits, and I'm like telling her the songs that I liked, and she's like, "Oh, you like whatever the other dude's name is, and not what's his name? I'm the Misfits.
Right.
Glenn Danzig is the guy. I listened to the Misfits' greatest hits, and I apparently like the other guy a lot better than Glenn Danzig.
The only Danzig I've listened to, I actually had a copy of you're right, Thrall Demon Sweat Live, and it's got, I think, the live version and the studio version of Mother on it. There's two other tracks, but yeah, I don't remember remember what they were called. I just remember thinking, oh, well, this is neat. But yeah, I haven't in-depth listened to Danzig.
Killer Wolf is apparently prime Danzig. It's a shuffling sinus. What? Sinuous. I'm gonna have to look that one up. I pride myself on when we're reading stories and I don't know a word, I look it up. Sinuous, having many curves and turns.
Just like it sounds, it's your elbow.
I would have thought like sinew or some shit. A sinuous song with all the trademark instrumental power typical of the early iteration of Glenn Danzig's namesake band. Yet some lyrics in the blues meets metal track from 1990's Danzig 2, Lucifuge, probably wouldn't pass muster today. Oh, he would get canceled. So apparently the problematic line is, when I go inside your little girl.
Oh, whoa.
When I go inside your little girl, when I come inside. That seems creepy as fuck. Do you know any Death Cab for Cutie?
I don't know.
Me neither. We're like, I have not heard any of these songs thus far. I see the next one is Filter, so I will know that. So You reject my advances and desperate pleas, according to band leader Ben Gibbard. I will possess your heart, won't let you let me down so easily. That's a little creepy, but you can interpret that multiple ways. I don't think that one's too bad.
Yeah, not. I mean, I'm aware of Death Cab for Cutie. Honestly, I stopped listening to a lot of like the post-hardcore stuff when it sort of went the screamo way.
Oh yeah, okay. So this song is based as fuck. I don't know what is wrong with the lyrics of this song. So do you know the story behind "Hey Man, Nice Shot"?
Wasn't that? No, I've heard that it was a reference to Bud Dwyer, but that
yes.
Not, oh, it is. Oh, that's horrible. Oh God.
Would you like to?
Okay.
Would you like to tell the people who Bud Dwyer is?
I don't know his backstory. I remember the video, man. Yeah. Like that's enough, isn't it?
So Bud Dwyer was the state treasurer of Pennsylvania, died by suicide during a live press conference. He shot himself on TV.
Yeah, he had the 6-shooter in a bag, I think.
And that's why I say, hey, man, nice shot.
What was it that he was? What was all that about anyway? He was accused of something, or he was?
I think embezzlement, and he said he was set up. He was set up to be a fall guy.
Ah.
But we'll get the actual deets here. Oh shit! Sorry, didn't mean to smack my mic. He was found guilty on 11 counts of conspiracy, mail fraud, perjury, and interstate transportation of aid of racketeering. On January 22nd, he called a news conference of 87. So he was scheduled to go to jail the next day, or prison. Dwyer called a news conference in Pennsylvania state capitol, during which he fatally shot himself with a Magnum. Ooh. That's some splatter.
Right.
Dwyer's suicide was broadcast later that day to a wide television audience.
Later that day. Someone.
Yeah, I thought it was live.
Right. Someone had to make that decision that, oh, wow.
Yeah, why would you show that? So apparently all posthumous appeals made by Dwyer's lawyers on Dwyer's behalf were denied and his convictions were upheld. So I don't know if he was guilty or not, but that's a way to go out. Foster the People. Do you know the song Pumped Up Kicks?
Not the one from the Droop. No, that's a different one. I've heard it, but
So it's a snazzy little pop tune, but it's about a school shooting.
It's ringing a bell, but not a loud one. Yeah.
The track is a psychedelic tinged earworm, but discerning listeners who tuned into the catchy refrain found out that it's portraying a disturbed individual willing to shoot others for their shoes. Foster the People's Mark Foster once explained, I wrote Pumped Up Kicks when I began to read about the growing trend in teenage mental illness. I wanted to understand the psychology behind it because it was foreign to me. It was terrifying how mental illness among youth had skyrocketed. They all better run when they see my gun. Yeah, that's the chorus to it. Ooh, this is a song that I know,
right,
but I don't know the meaning behind. Ooh, this is a good one.
Right.
So Great White's Once Bitten, Twice Shy, which is a jaunty number, isn't it?
Indeed.
So listening back now, one can better understand how the circumstances illustrated in Great White's Once Bitten, Twice Shy probably wouldn't lead to much good for the characters involved. The music beneath the lyrics belie a story. It just sounds like glammy rock. Regardless, Great White didn't develop the tale on their own. It's a cover of a 1975 song written by Ian Hunter. So it's about homeless people taking refuge in the band's tour bus.
Oh, wow.
Huh.
That doesn't seem so problematic, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not getting it. Okay, My Sharona.
So
everyone knows.
Real quick, fun story about the Once Bitten, Twice Shy. Are you okay? So you may remember the film, 1980s film, Once Bitten.
Nope.
It was like Jim Carrey's very first movie ever. I guess it was like a teen heartthrob movie. Basically, Jim Carrey was like this kid, and he came across the foxy MILF, and she turns out she's a vampire, and the story ensues from there. Just I see.
Is this a comedy?
It is somewhat of a comedy, yeah, but I think it also falls in the category of like the 80s teen movies.
Does this predate Jim Carrey's like slapstick style? His signature.
It does.
So it's not your normal. He would go on to develop that on like In Living Color, wouldn't he?
Yeah. No, it was definitely before that. I want to say like maybe 88, 89, but don't quote me on that.
Living Color would have been around that time, I think, wouldn't it? Or maybe it would have been into the 90s.
Could have been before even.
I don't know. I've done a lot of drugs. I was a kid then, and I've done a lot of drugs. The Knack's My Sharona. So it's so catchy, it might as well have been seared into the brains of listeners. From the song's release in 1979, the band's lead singer, Doug Feger, wrote the song's lustful lyrics about the titular Sharona when she was 17. Okay, yep, that's problematic.
Wow. That's
so
like a Winger song.
1985. It's like a what?
Isn't it Winger who did the song She's Only 17?
I think so, yes.
I caught that. So I have a Samsung TV, and it has like all the music channels, and just whenever YouTube pops off, that comes on. I heard that shit one day while I was making lunch, and I was just like, oh my God, dude, I remember this song, and no one gave a fuck back then, but like you listen to it now and it's like, this is really fucking cringe, bro. Like you made a whole ass song and video.
It is insane how many songs are about like rock stars fucking underage girls.
Right?
Like the 70s is full of it. Fucking Ted Nugent wrote a song called Jailbait.
Yeah.
But that's on par for Ted Nugent.
But didn't he get punched by Patti Smith too, though?
Yes, I played that on the stream not that long ago. So Spider Pickle, the dude from Cannibal Corpse, isn't he like a really good dude that like gives toys to charity? I don't listen to like metal, that's a little too hard for me. But as I understand it, the Cannibal Corpse dude is like awesome guy that gives a shit ton to charity. If I'm thinking of the same guy. Okay, I'm interested in Nirvana's Drain You. One baby to another says, I'm lucky to have met you. I travel through a tube and end up in your infection. Chew your meat for you, pass it back and forth. Huh. That sounds like some. Did Kurt Cobain actually write a Human Centipede?
Oh shit! I never thought of that. Oh, that's oh. Wow. That is not the old folks home line I was expecting, but yeah, true.
Oh shit! And I mentioned Ted Nugent. Of course,
Oh
Jailbait
wow,
comes
it's
up.
there.
The Police's "Every Breath You Take." That I've always thought that was problematic. That seems like a really fucking creepy song.
Curious. I mean, I remember the song, but I don't think I remember the lyrics. What we got here?
"Every Breath You Take" became a huge international hit, one that everyone assumed was a feel-good song about being deeply in love. It's actually about an obsessive stalker. I think it's a nasty little song, really rather evil. The Selection songwriter, the Police's bassist vocalist Sting, reportedly told an audience the year it came out. It's about jealousy and surveillance and ownership.
Yeah. Not really one that popped into my head immediately. All I could think was, again, the chorus, catchy. But yeah.
The one that like P. Diddy covered in the 90s.
Yeah. But yeah, no, in retrospect, I don't know if that's quite on the same level as the Winger song, though. Surely that's on the list, right? Jesus.
Maybe. I'm not exactly sure. We've got "Brown Sugar" by the Rolling Stones. Sexualizes the plight of enslaved Africans in the United States. Yeah. But it is a catchy tune. "Brown sugar, just like a black girl should." Fucking Mick Jagger. Their new album's pretty good. I was listening to it before we came on.
Nice. I heard you playing something, but
That was not the Rolling Stones, I don't believe. Okay, Stone Temple Pilots, "Sex Type of Thing." I know the song. I don't know what's problematic about it. "Sex Type of Thing" is a grunge barn burner that could get any rock listener bumping their heads to the beat. Based on the title tune and even the bulk of the lyrics, a new fan might think it's a song about, well, consenting sex. "I know you want what's on my mind. I know you like what's on my mind." But Scott Weiland explained that the song is about rape.
Oh.
Yep. It also contains the lyrics, "I said you shouldn't have worn that dress."
Wow. That.
Oh no! Don't make me think less about Sublime. Oh well, I mean, the lyrics to this is obvious. It's about a young girl,
Right.
Like goes out and starts hooking, right? So this is Sublime's "The Wrong Way," which I actually posted this on social media the other day. Sublime's April. Fucking what's the? I'm bad with dates. So.
While you're looking that up, Matt Harrison in my chat says, what is this vocalist problematic song list? I'm going to say yes and no.
April 29th, 1992, Miami is the name of the song. It's about the Rodney King riots. And that is the best song about history that wasn't written by They Might Be Giants.
I've never listened to a lot of They Might Be Giants. Are they kind of a ska band, right?
I don't know how you'd classify them. They're so eclectic.
They make me think of like Fish, maybe, or I could just be completely wrong because I never listened to a lot of Fish either. I know people like it though.
I'm not a big Fish fan. No, I would not put them. They Might Be Giants in the same category as Fish. Their songs are very. First of all, I just found out not that long ago that Istanbul is a cover. That's like a fucking 1920s swing song.
Oh yeah,
that's their biggest hit. But like all their other songs are about like historical figures. Like James Ensor, like they have songs about presidents and shit. Highly recommend They Might Be Giants. You should check them out.
Fair enough.
But Sublime's "The Wrong Way" starts with lyrics that are in no way shroud the uncomfortable story about to unfold. Annie's 12 years old, and tomorrow she'll be a whore. Nobody ever told her it's the wrong way. Yes, They Might Be Giants or leftists. Semi-charmed kind of. Oh, you got your winger. Winger did make the list.
That was coming.
Third Eye Blind make it abundantly clear that the lyrics of Semi-Charmed Life, that the song is about taking methamphetamine and the weird situations and unwanted circumstances that can result.
Did not actually know this until a few years ago. Somebody brought it to my attention. Third Eye Blind wasn't anything that I was listening to at the time. Came on and they're like, this song's like so hard, right? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they explained it to me. I'm like, well.
I'm not okay. So working in radio for the better part of 10 years between 2000 and 2010, radio hits are really annoying to me. I can't listen to them, right? If it played on the radio anytime between 2000 and 2010, I can't do it. It gives me PTSD.
Right.
So I like deep cuts. I like shit that you don't hear on the radio.
Yeah, when I was working in nightclubs, I worked as a DJ on the way home, because you hear the same top 40 shit every single fucking night until your brain turns into Swiss cheese. And so on the way home, I would listen to, I had picked up a cassette, because this is back when we had cassette players in the car. Picked up a cassette of, I think it was some sort of Chinese pop music from the 1990s. And I would just play that. They had a song called Starship that I thought was really neat. And I would just hit all the A-sides and B-sides on that. But I would turn it down really, really low. Because at that point, my ears were just vibrating. Wow, 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 wow.
Do you remember the name of the act?
I don't think I could read anything on that cassette except for the name Starship.
Where did you find the cassette?
Chinese restaurant. And a whole
fair enough.
Barrel of cassettes right out front, and they were only selling them for $1. I'm like, yo, all right. This cat looks kind of cool. He's got nice hair.
Well, now I've got to wonder, okay, clinically says tape deck generation. Yeah, I grew up on tapes, but CDs were certainly a thing when I started driving. Now, my first vehicle did have a tape deck, but just a few weeks later, I went and took it and had a system put in, and I had a CD player. So, how was that? You had a vehicle that was in the... Yeah,
it was a 93 Nissan. And, I had the aux cord going to the portable CD player and all that, good stuff, Again, it's within the budget,
Fair enough. Yeah, mine was a 2001 Tacoma was my first car. It had a tape deck in it. So that was the year before CDs became standard.
All right.
But yeah, I had a CD player put into it because I could not do tapes, and I didn't own that many tapes by that time.
Yeah, so I'm looking a little bit at your chat, and I'm looking a little bit at my chat. Madarissa says this debate is boring. So actually, I did want to kind of bring something up. Yeah, right.
Well, Maynard can go and fucking watch ER if he wants to. God damn it!
I would want to bring something up to your attention that I think we could have a little bit of a debate on if you're interested.
You want to have a debate?
I'm actually on your side for the most part. But
what are we debating?
Something I wanted to bring up to you, and I wanted to discuss this with you a while back. So I remember when you had the conversation with Carter that went the way that it went, right? I was 100% on your side with most of that, and I wanted to explain partly why. So I think your position was that streaming wasn't a job, and that these are all tools, and that people who utilize these tools when it comes to social media, streaming platforms, and the like are either utilizing the tools correctly or utilizing the tools incorrectly. Is that a good steel man of your position?
So Carter and I are cool now, right?
Yeah. I just remember when all of that came about, I thought, man, I am so on Justin's side, but there's a couple of little things that I'm curious what you feel about that.
So the thing to me, Carter isn't wanting to put in the work. Carter is wanting to. And I have a real big problem there, and there's a new YouTube subgenre now of lazy streamers that steal other people's content. I'm not saying that Carter, I've never seen him steal other people's content. But they're like this lazy streamer kind of thing, like the Sniper Wolf that sits and watches other people's TikToks and shit. And it happened to me with the whole Xander thing, Xander Hall, which he was playing my video, but like I didn't find the Matt Walsh video, and this is getting really off topic. But ultimately what it comes down to is like you can be a content creator, that can be a job. But to say like you don't clock into Twitch, you're not an employee of Twitch, and to make yourself completely dependent on one platform and expect them to pay your bills is just absurd to me.
So and let me make sure I understand this correctly. So I originally had thought that your position was that streaming itself or content creation, or whatever you want to call it, wasn't the job. But what you're saying is that the platform itself, you mentioned you don't sign into Twitch, and so utilizing just the platform itself and considering that, like, I'm a Twitch streamer, I'm a YouTube streamer, I'm a Twitter space talky guy, that isn't the job. But if you can, of course, make the funds to pay the bills and as a content creator or producer of some sort, that would qualify.
Well, we kind of got off on a tangent. What I really wanted to make people aware of is, you can't depend on Twitch. Just like I found out, I went from making $300 or $400 a month to I make $7 a month if I'm lucky now from streaming, just because I lost Twitch.
And you were still on Twitch at that time, yeah.
And Twitch has and I kind of think I might have got brigaded from some leftists over that bullshit.
Ooh.
But I think they might have wanted to teach me a lesson or something.
I did see you going off a little bit on Twitter there. I say that, of course, and I again, so Mata Ursa, this is going to be a really worse debate because I actually agree with Justin here. It's
and then the same thing happened. So I've got a Facebook page that I follow, and they're all upset because they've got thousands and thousands of followers, and they were making like their rent money from Facebook. All of a sudden, Facebook demonetized them, and it's like you can't count on Facebook, you can't count on Twitch, you can't count on YouTube. I'm trying to get these streamers to understand this. So especially when it came to the revenue split, right? So I was trying to have that conversation with Carter. So Twitch does a lot for you. It does the so I come from traditional broadcasting, right? So Twitch is doing the job of the traffic department in a TV or radio station. Twitch is doing the job of the marketing department. Twitch is doing the job of a whole bunch of other things, right? So they're hosting you. Hosting costs money. I was trying to get from Carter what that number is. What is the fair price to pay Twitch for all the services that they are providing you? Because you're acting like I'm bringing 100% of the value, and you're actually not. And like a lot of people don't realize that if Twitch disappears for them, their audience disappears. A lot of people aren't going to follow you to another platform. They're actually a Twitch user, and you just happen to be the content that they're watching at that time.
And there are so many things that I'd seen you mention both on Twitter, and I think I caught at least a good portion of that debate, if not the whole thing. But some of the things that you had mentioned on Twitter, and I'd seen you talk about a little bit later, because I wasn't actually there for that stream. I caught the VOD a little bit afterward, and I'm not sure if I saw it to the end, but I did see a good portion of it. One of the things that first popped into my head, and I think this is, at least we can agree on this for the most part, is that the perception that Twitch, as you said, Twitch in and of itself, as a 100% to depend on Twitch as the platform, I guess, is the vehicle for whatever your content creation is completely fucking insane. because firstly, we're utilizing other forms of social media, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, whatever. But also there are other, and I think that might be one thing that allowed you to see this differently, was because most people that I've found aren't just, they just stream on Twitch. They aren't also streaming on YouTube or wherever. You're utilizing a lot of different platforms, and you're using Twitch as just another tool in the toolbox. Twitch was essentially a hammer for you, the way that I understood it. And to be honest, I'm doing the exact same thing. Obviously not now, but for the most part. And I didn't know that that would be so much of a useful hammer for me because of the way that the system works and whatever.
I will say that Twitch has the best organic growth, especially with the raids and everything.
Right.
The use of emojis, like, I set up emojis specifically that people would want to use on other channels so that they would subscribe to my channel. There is a good mechanism there on Twitch.
Right. Absolutely. One thing that did grab my attention, though, that you may disagree with, is that in using okay, and so this is when that first conversation happened, my first thought was, it kind of reminds me of myself. I stream on Twitch, I stream on YouTube. At that time, I was only streaming on Twitch or YouTube. Now I stream on both because fuck them. Obviously, I use a website, which has loaded with all kinds of emojis or emotes or whatever, that I also think were cool, but can only be used there. The idea is, and honestly, what happened to you was one reason that made me think this must be a thing. Like, I absolutely must format this website in this fashion. You and I kind of talked about this a little bit before, about the potential of getting you, set up with something like this. Is just what happens if I lose Twitch. If I get kicked off of Twitch, then I'm YouTube only. Then I got dog shit chat. And whoever watches is whoever watches. And people don't show up to YouTube to watch streams. I mean, some of them do. Most of them don't. Most of them show up to watch videos, VODs, whatever. They watch streamer VODs instead of watching the streamer streams. People show up to Twitch to watch, Twitch streamers. It's like the entire culture is focused around that. So Twitch is a very useful tool in that toolbox. Now, you mentioned server costs, though. That is one thing that grabbed my attention, though, and I kind of wanted to know your thoughts on this. So in Twitch, you can only host your VODs for 3 weeks. I don't save my VODs anyway because I back that shit up here.
I want to say it's 2 weeks.
Is it 2 weeks? Okay.
But I might be wrong on that. It might be 3 weeks.
Well, see, in YouTube, they store your VODs forever. And obviously the complaint that Twitch has is server cost and all this. And it makes me wonder, okay, so what is the server cost for that? Versus what YouTube's paying. Obviously, YouTube has the backing of Google, but Twitch also has the backing of Amazon. And that means that Twitch is using, I know there's separate companies, but if Twitch is utilizing Amazon servers and Amazon is regulating that price for Twitch, are they jacking up the price of the server costs for what? Tax, deductions? Or is Twitch just lying about the cost and just trying to
Twitch doesn't tell you what the cost is.
Exactly.
So, so if you and I were to go out and buy hosting, it's about $3 a gig.
Right.
I actually looked this up. Now, of course, Twitch, being Amazon, because they have their own servers, they're not paying that. But there's still a cost to it, and that's what I was trying to get to Carter with. Was like, what is that cost you're willing to pay? Because I kind of think maybe 50-50 kind of seems fair to me. There's a discussion to be made. Should it be 60-40? Should it be 70-30? 70-30 might be good as well. But to negotiate that, you have to have I can't do that. You have to have bigger streamers come in and leverage their audience in order to get that better cost. But the thing that I kept coming back to him with, it was like, well, if you don't like what Twitch is doing, go host yourself. Like if you don't like the setup, then go set up your own web. Nothing is stopping you from going and setting up your own website, hosting your own video, but you have to do the ad sales. You have to monetize it yourself, blah, blah, blah. And you have to do a product that people are going to be willing to come to your website and watch. I think he was just kind of wanting to be lazy. He just kind of wants to turn on his stream, leverage the fact that he already has all these followers. And as somebody who is working his ass off to try to develop a following, It's kind of insulting to me. Maybe you could call it jealousy, but it just felt insulting that you just want to be able to turn on your stream, because like when I was having that argument with him, he was on stream then. He was ignoring his chat, not doing anything, just playing somebody else's video,
just like me,
and arguing with me on Twitter. Right. And that shit's fucking, that sucks. And I don't think he should be rewarded for that. So if you don't like what Twitch is doing to you, go host yourself. But I don't think you'll have content that will take people off the platform. And you're also lazy and you don't want to go do the ad sales and monetize it yourself. I mean, that's my total goal, is like, I keep telling people, I don't really want you to subscribe to me. I don't want you to do the Patreon. Just share my shit out, help me get bigger, and I will monetize it myself, because my plan is, my stream knows this, I am a content creator, but I don't make money off of my own content. I have clients. I have one that has, 3 or 4 million TikTok followers. I have another client on YouTube that has 5-6 million followers. I edit for them. That's where I actually make my money. I make a lot of corporate videos. I do voiceover work and shit. So if once I get big enough, I'm going to sell ads, and I'm only going to do it for people that, for products I believe in, people like my friends that have bands. If they've got a new release, I'll sell them ad space on my show and make the commercials for them, and then charge them for, making the spots that they can use elsewhere. They can put on their Facebook, social media, whatever. And then I'll play their ads, blah, 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 for whatever rate, $100 a month. And you get, 2 spins every week, 3 spins, whatever your ad rate actually ends up being. I don't feel like other streamers want to put in that kind of fucking work to do that. Because like Carter already has a following. Go monetize it, dude, if you don't like what Twitch is paying you.
Well, you mentioned laziness, and I definitely think that is something that I can agree with. I don't know a whole lot about Carter, but just from what I've seen from some Twitch streamers in general, I mean, so one of the weirdest things that I've had people say, and this is kind of pigeonholing or whatever. So I've had folks ask me, why is it that you have like a streaming website, my guy? You're such a small baby streamer. And I've asked other folks, how come you don't have a streaming website, my guy? You got a decent following, you could be having even more income coming from Twitch. And like you mentioned, I guess a lot of those people, I just mentioned Carter because I know that was around the time, just to, wasn't trying to trigger you or anything.
And everyone knows I'm totally cool with Carter. He and I have buried the beef.
I just know around that era that conversation came up, and I was like, oh man, I so want to join this discourse, because like I have so many thoughts and opinions about this. Like my thing is, I actually agree with you and him on that. I mean, Twitch could probably afford to pay streamers more than just a 30%? No, a 50% cut versus what they were previously. Wasn't it 70% before I got in this bracket? They were paying out for subs.
Here's another thing about Twitch that I don't know this to be a fact, because they don't publish their numbers. I think like you and I cost Twitch money.
Probably.
I think the smaller streamers cost Twitch money.
Right.
And I think they're making it off of the bigger streamers.
Right. The ad revenue.
But I don't know that, because I don't know how it adds up, because they won't post their numbers.
The ad revenue that they're bringing in, shows that as well. With what we're making, if it actually is a 50% split, then they're making dick whenever I stream. I very much agree with you. My thought is on that though. If the problem is, and this is what I don't get, if the problem is, it wasn't just you, it was a lot of other streamers that I was talking to at that time. Some I don't even associate with anymore because they're cringe. And I am correct.
Apparently, there's been a lot of fighting going on Twitch since I left. This
was before. I've had this stuff in my mind because I was thinking about it. And I've discussed this a little bit with some folks that I do still associate with. If the problem is the split, why not necessarily go off platform, but like my website, right? So like I have subscriptions. Subscriptions, like I'm pretty sure everybody knows how like the website streaming thing works. You make the subscription, but like I get that money. You subscribe to my website, I get that money. It goes to me. It goes to paying for the website and also car insurance. But that's all you do. That's what you do. It's simple. Like, it's so easy. Like, what, I get that. Like, yes,
talking about being lazy,
right? In a fantasy world, we would love to have things that worked out for us. We would all love the socialist revolution to come and give me, better teeth. It would be wonderful.
Me too, brother. Me too.
We got to get these wisdom teeth out some way or another. And if the Tankies want to come and support me, monetarily or otherwise with dental care, this would be good. I would love that. But in the meantime, I still do have to pay my rent. I still do have to pay my bills. And I don't see why every single person who's been on this fucking platform or that platform that we are not on right now, for fucking years. Okay. We're on YouTube. We can talk about whoever we want to. Destiny, Vosh, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, who I know you're a huge fan of. All these people, Riverboat Jack, who we're all big fans of.
I love Riverboat Jack.
She's fucking so
Jack
cool.
And I.
She's fucking so cool. Like, all these people have fucking websites, though. And it all. I have no idea why. I mean, I know in some of their cases why it came to be. But the point is, they have this as a monetary option. Shout out to Sage Alexis, by the way. They all have this as a monetary option. To displace basically the abuse that YouTube and Twitch would otherwise do to them as for their content, whenever they get monetary contributions from their viewers. So why does everybody not do this? It's fucking simple. My brain is so smooth, my skull is so fucking soft, and I was able to program a fucking website and a chat and a
WordPress is pretty easy. Like, go find you a YouTube video to do a walkthrough on how to set up your WordPress.
Way easier than NeoCities.
But here's an aspect that I didn't even cover that is the worst aspect of Twitch and YouTube. So if you are on Twitch and YouTube to make money, TikTok as well, you're going to be encouraged to chase trends. You're going to be encouraged to not talk about controversial issues. So talking about Hamas and Israel will get you demonetized, but beefing with another streamer that'll get you pushed. Right. So if you are on Twitch and YouTube to make money, your content is going to suffer because of it, because you're not going to be able to deep dive into controversial topics. You're beholden to your advertisers or to the YouTube algorithm, because, like, let me tell you, every troll patrol I do is like monetarily restricted, whatever the fuck they call it. Every single one is the yellow restricted, like, because I'm covering topics that they don't want to play ads on. So I feel that it's made content generic, and I hate that. And it's made content more about, being adversarial with another person and getting into arguments and internet beefs and everything, as opposed to actually delving into topics and doing something constructive. Right. So that's another reason that I'm really against these people that are like, well, we'll make money on Twitch and we'll make money on Twitch, because Twitch ain't going to pay you to have, constructive thoughts on capitalism. Twitch is going to want you to. I love poly people to death. I really do. Oh, no. But she discovered,
there's some topics I don't even talk about on my stream.
beefing with other people and it's not that I don't like to have fights. Everybody knows I love calls that want to come in and be contentious with me, but it rewards you for doing that shit, as opposed to actually having a concise and erudite opinion on a political topic. And that's another thing that I'm against.
No, absolutely. I mean, just well, I don't know about your chat because I'm not reading your chat, but look at my chat. We're going over freak show content and and it's hey, fight with Justin. Okay, we'll fight with Justin. So now And now,
Your chats want you to fight with me?
well, just Mata Ursa. I have a baby chat. Okay, so I need some of you freaks at the Troll Patrol to come on over to chainsawccc.com and smash the subs on YouTube and smash the follows on Twitch. We grow this baby chat. We give it some soup, maybe.
drop that link in the chat, motherfucker.
Oh, I guess so. Well, I'm not even watching your stream. I'm watching mine.
Did you say Madarissa? Is that the name of your chatter?
Yeah,
I love you, Madarissa.
Yeah,
you are awesome.
I'll say she came from you. I'm pretty sure.
Really? Are you talking about Mater?
Yeah. Well, all you guys call her Mater. I pronounce that shit in Latin because I'm fancy.
I've just been saying that I'm Appalachian. I always just assume like tomato.
So the first time Ozark Mystic actually jumped on my chat, that was one
Jason
of the
Freakin' indeed.
that was one of the things. She came on and we got to talking about elections and electoralism and in general.
Also, apparently I've been misgendering you. I apologize.
Favorite bears over here helping out smaller streamers, she says. But yeah, so the first time Ozark Mystic came on my stream and we were talking about electoralism, I had to basically moderate between the two of them, arguing in chat. So that was a lot of fun. It's typically best to ignore the other person's chat as a guest, but your chat seems to like me pretty good. So that's except for that Warlord feller.
Warlord is a big fan. Warlord likes chaos.
That's true. That I can.
Warlord is out here trying to cause a fuckus with everything. So that's what I think. Like, people don't realize. Okay, Warlord is my main mod, but Warlord comes like Trump 2024, Matt Gaetz 2024. Like, I don't know that some people realize that Warlord is trolling.
I was gonna make the comment that I think Warlord is afraid of my website chat, but you mentioned that now, and I'm like, maybe this is a good thing.
Them damn Brits.
Then again, we could get some more likes if I put in the Trump emotes. Maybe I tried to put in. So I don't know if I told you this earlier. If you were watching my stream earlier on. I tried to put
in and out.
I tried to put in.
You were having problems the first time I came by.
Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. Well, you jinxed me with the whole, do we need to do a tech setup? I'm like, nah, I'm professional. I got this. Wrong.
Ask this motherfucker what, about 8:15, something like that? It's like, do we need to? Because like I just got my grocery delivery. I was like, I'm gonna put up groceries here, and after I finish putting up groceries, I'll hop on with you. We'll do a tech run through. You're like, no, it's cool. So I went on about my business, made some food.
Your stream, I can't even handle mine.
Do what?
Your stream, I can't even handle mine. What do you mean?
But then I came back and you were seemingly having some problems, and you kept telling people to refresh, and I was getting the welcome screen. I wasn't getting the also hit me up, man. I will I can do some graphics for you and stuff. If you want to do a little trade out, you want to work on my website, and you want who would insult you, Warlord? And you want me to do some video work for you? We could work that out.
Warlord, do not read my chat right now. Wait a minute. So hang on a second. The last time I talked to you about setting you up a website, I'm gonna leak some DMs real quick. I thought it was something more like, oh no, I like to do my own thing. I like to do my own stuff. This is my production. Well, maybe not so much like this is my production. Fuck you, you suck. But more like, I'm proud and shit, and like I do my own thing. Like, it's cool.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing. I've just been lazy because, like, I own my website for my production company.
Yeah,
but I do not. I need to, own Justin Freegan. I should do that. I almost purchased that domain when I was setting up my other website, but like I haven't even finished that website.
Oh.
That would make me so much more money if I had that website set up.
Well,
I'm just kind of lazy about it.
Here's the thing. I mean, we could get you a website set up with like the nice fucking cool chat with all the cool emotes and shit, and you can host that wherever. So if you want to have your Kick stream there, if you're trying to bring all of the crowd to Kick, trying to bring all of the crowd to YouTube on a, certain whatever, like wherever it is that you think that you need to direct your audience to, that's making you the most income. I don't give
a shit where anybody watches me, and I was paying for Restream, and when I got banned from Twitch, I stopped. But now I really need it back because I need to be on more places than the two that I'm on, especially my Facebook page. I need to be back on the Facebook page.
Oh, you can only do two if you don't pay for it?
Yeah.
Oh.
They've changed their price tier. You used to be able to do 10 without paying for it. And they've totally changed that. Warlord, I promise you, I'm going to try to get video games set up. My capture, because I play PS5, so I have to have a capture card. My capture card worked on my PS4, but I've never been able to make it work on my PS5. So one of these days we'll do that. All right, is there anything else you want to ask about on the whole streaming's not a job thing?
Jesus Christ. So
before we get off that topic,
so we went on the rant about why is it that people haven't already gotten a website. I think that is weird. I think that is wild. Obviously, and obviously I'm not including you in that because you're utilizing something different. I think would be cool, but you're utilizing something different that they aren't.
Oh, I agree with you that they need a website.
Well, that's what I mean. Like so many and significantly larger, fucking huge, but you got 10K, follows. If I jump into your stream and you've got 100 people, 125 people, 150 people, and you're only on Twitch, and that's it. It's do you realize if you do the wrong thing, you're fucked. If you don't have people in your Discord now, all of them, you are fucked. Because when you go to YouTube, your chat's going to suck and no one's going to care. And first of all, they're going to have to care enough to get there. I mean, again, it's difficult enough for me just to get people to go away from Twitch to my website chat because they're so, everybody on YouTube, they come in, they are on YouTube and they're like, oh, cool. He's got a chat that isn't dog shit garbage. Okay, let's go over there. But Twitch is, so similar to the chat that I have on my website. So it's, pulling people away from that is a little bit more difficult. So imagine pulling them away from the entire platform to go somewhere else with a bad chat or whatever. And I just think, why are they all not doing this? Why is this not the norm? How come I came into this knowing full well that there are streamers who have been out there for at least the last 2 years, 3 years even, who have these kind of things? And fuck you, Warlord. I see you in my chat too. Why are you using it then? I noticed none of y'all use the emotes. We got cool emotes. We got the troll roll just for Justin tonight. But
we over on the Kick, they've got some of my emotes from Twitch because I had the coolest fucking emotes.
I haven't actually signed in with an account over there, but I have watched your streams over there a couple of times.
Kick so far has been pretty good. We get some weirdos coming in. Like I had the dude earlier today telling me that my bandana made me look like I'm a guy that gets pegged. I'm like, but the pegging's all right. I'm not into it.
I thought the bandana what? That seems counter. No, they just that's just projecting. I don't know.
Men who are insecure in their masculinity and look at others be like, oh, you've got a pink bandana on. Buddy, do you realize how much pussy you'll get if you're man enough to wear a pink bandana? Fuck off.
True. Very true.
These insecure little incel motherfuckers.
Right. In fact, I'm going through a process now where trying to how would you put that? The in gayification of chainsaw, if we can. I don't know what the first step is, but we got it. This is way too mask. It's just it's not working. We got to do something different. I don't know if it's going to be a haircut or maybe I shave. You never know.
You gotta get you a queer eye. We're gonna do queer eye for the chainsaw.
True.
Oh, you know what? Let me give you a little advice.
Yeah.
Here's something that I've been meaning to tell you. You need to add something to the chainsaw.
What?
So if I Google chainsaw, you ain't coming up, motherfucker.
True. Yeah, true.
If I go to YouTube and search chainsaw, you ain't coming up.
That's true. I actually considered potentially changing the because I'm using all the tags. I use
You
tags
need
and
to
stream
add
VODs.
something to it to where you're unique.
Well, I considered, so on Twitch and basically everybody else, I have, Chainsaw CCC, right? And obviously that stood for Cash Coffee. But I was thinking about that. Like, maybe I should just change the YouTube, title to that and include that more as far as tags. Perhaps that will, whatever.
So back in the 80s, bands used to be really concerned with their name had to fit on a t-shirt. That's why you get, Journey, Foreigner, you get AC/DC. They wanted it to where it's cheap to print on a t-shirt, to where it's really catchy, one word. But now that has backfired. We get into the digital age, and now bands need to have something to where when you Google their name, they're the only thing that comes up, right? So when you Google Justin Freakin', it's all me. You don't get anything else. So like a band. Do you remember the band Live in the 1990s?
Yeah. They I don't know if they were a Christian's band, but they definitely had some songs.
He converted to Christian later on. Like the first like fucking 4 albums are goddamn amazing. Then he had a kid and converted to Christianity, and they've sucked since.
I just remember that one song,
Lightning crashes. Yeah, that was their biggest hit, and it's like their worst song, hands down. Well, up until he converted to Christianity. So that's like the worst goddamn band name. Because you type in Live in YouTube, you ain't getting the band, you're getting, fucking Taylor Swift Live or whatever the most played video is. So that's my one thing that from a marketing standpoint that I would throw to you about Chainsaw is like add something to it.
But
call yourself Chris Chainsaw or something.
Yeah, that's fair.
The shitty name, I wouldn't go with that. And in like 2 weeks, you're going to be Chris Chainsaw. I'll be like, yeah, that sounds good.
So you're saying don't go with chainsaw belts?
No,
right.
No. Or call yourself, Husqvarna Chainsaw or something,
I kind of like Chris Chains, though. That's pretty good.
I mean, you could do worse than Chris Chainsaw, but... And I told you this story not that long ago. My actual first moniker that I used was back in 5th, 6th grade when we were doing like trampoline wrestling was Justin Chainsaw.
Yeah. I do recall you saying that. I think I blushed a little bit at that moment.
I saw that. Well, I didn't steal it from you. I stole it from. Is it Fast Times at Ridgemont High or is it Day? I get those two confused. Or Dazed and Confused. It's whichever one of them had a character named Chainsaw, and that's where I stole it from.
Really, I've only seen both of those one time. I still
one
haven't
of them
seen
had a character named Chainsaw.
I still haven't seen St. Elmo's Fire, which blows my mind. In fact, yeah, I know.
I've never seen the movie, but I've listened to that song 1,000 times probably.
Oh, yeah.
I can be a man in motion. If you do not crank that song when it comes on, we cannot be friends.
So I don't know how far into this we are, but how do tinkle breaks work on the Friday Night Freak Show?
Do you need to take a tinkle break?
I do need to take a tinkle break. I didn't bring my bottle, so
I can just go main cam and you can come back whenever you're ready.
All right, BRB chat. It's Justin Freaking time.
Oh, I cut him. I cut him off. I
love you. Good night.
I can cover for you though. I bet everybody wants to see Let Chainsaw Be Free. Everybody wants to see Smokey. I'll grab Smokey. I feel like he's been kind of mad at me today. Look at the way he's looking at me right now. Hey, buddy. So after I got off stream earlier when we were doing the Shut Up Warlord, everybody wants to see the cat. When we were doing the house vote, I got off stream and I grabbed Smokey and laid down on the couch. I'm like, all right, buddy, let's take a nap. he looked like he was just like indignant that I had the nerve to grab him. And he got off and ran off. I was like, well, fine then, buddy. We won't take a nap. I'll take a nap. All right. We have a chainsaw back.
Most violent tinkles.
Well, you know what? Since you're taking a tinkle break, I kind of need to take a tinkle break too. So why don't you entertain everybody?
All right, there we go. I don't have Smokey, so what's up, everybody? This is your boy Chainsaw. I don't know if Justin can still hear us, but I wanted to share a little bit of a story with chat, your chat, my chat, about how the name Chainsaw came to be. So hopefully Justin's got us on the big speakers, right? This is actually brought to my attention something in Epic Prawn's chat. Prawn just asked me one day, hey, what's up with that name, buddy? And I don't guess I had ever actually mentioned this on stream, like ever, somehow. It evaded me. So the name of Chainsaw is, unironically enough, appropriated from a chud. Yes, I know. Can you believe it? The stories about Chainsaw, I hear he's a tool, are totally true. Totally true. The original Chainsaw was a tool. In fact, not only a tool, but no fan of the proletariat. So here goes. I had developed a reputation of going into a specific fast food location. That would be a Taco Bell. If y'all are familiar with Taco Bell, they sell tacos. There are no bells. One of the managers there had kind of hooked me up on, the menu hacking, right? So I got these really good discounts on really good fucking tacos. It was absolutely wonderful, right? Long story short, I've made a reputation at this one joint that I walked into a bazillion times. A couple of guys, they come in there. It's like Halloween night, 2019, no, 2018, one of the two. Two drunk guys walk in, two chuds, and they stumble up to the thing. Now, keep in mind, 2 weeks before that, I had just had Popeyes with Bill Murray. Now, I don't mean Bill Ghostbusting ass Murray. I mean Bill Murray the barber, right? He cuts hair for a living.
Do we know Bill Murray the barber? Is he famous?
No, he cuts hair. I'm sure he does really good at that, though.
Well, Floyd the barber cut hair for a living, too, and he's famous.
That is true. But so 2 weeks after that, these two chuds walk in, and they order whatever the fuck it is, right? The most vanilla milkshake ass thing you can order from a place like Taco Bell. And at that time, I met Bill Murray, and they never asked me my name before. And so I told them my name, and that's how I met Bill Murray, because he told him his name too. And I'm like, yo, are you a Ghostbuster, bro? And he's like, no, I'm a barber. So anyway, 2 weeks later, I go into Taco Bell. Never had this happen before either. They asked the two chuds their name. And the one guy is like, tell him Chainsaw. It's like, no, shut up. Tell him Chainsaw. Oh, shut up. And he tells him his name is like Keith or some shit. I don't know. Michael. I don't know. No offense.
Keith Chainsaw would be a good name.
No offense to anyone named Keith or Michael in the chat. But then the next guy, he orders his vanilla ass, whatever the hell it is. And then it's like, hey, what's your name? And he's like, my name's also Keith Michael. It's actually Keith Michaels, probably. And then they go stumble off drunkenly to their seats. Guy sees me, he lights up, 100%. He's like, oh, hey, how you doing? You get your usual? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, can I get your name for your order? I'm like, yeah, it's Chainsaw. I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, fuck those guys. Giggles, right? And goes back. I go to stand at my table. At that point, I developed it's just a thing where I go and I stand at the bar table. I put one leg up on the seat next to me, and I just kind of stand there doing the, what is that? Where the guy puts his leg up? It's a meme. It's some kind of a commercial.
The Captain Morgan?
Captain Morgan. There you go. I do the Captain Morgan. And I eat fucking burritos. These fucking discounted like $5 burritos that I pay $1.96 for, right? Because you might have missed this part, but I got great discounts because menu hacking. And they already love me at this point at this Taco Bell, right? So the guy comes up and he's like, Jerry or whatever his fucking name was. And he comes up and he gets his shit and stumbles back. And they're like, Jerry's little sister. And the guy walks up there and gets his stuff and stumbles back. And they're like, order for Chainsaw. And the guy stands up and he's like, hey, did you order something else? He starts getting out of his seat. And I'm like, not this time, pal. Walk over there and I grab my burritos and they're just looking at me like, what the fuck? And the guy behind the counter is dying laughing. People in the kitchen are dying laughing. And I go over there and, Captain Moore, I'm eating my fucking burrito and just like mean mugging these mother. And keep in mind, this is back in the day, so like I'm wearing a fucking suit, right? I'm dressed like the goddamn sexy lawyer and shit, like if you see my first couple of streams, you've probably seen the suit, I'm fucking looking good and shit. Yeah, like, so I'm like that guy going out there doing that. And it just and then the next day I go in, I'm like, oh, hey, how's it going? They're like, you want your usual chainsaw? And I'm like, oh, fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah. And then ever since then, those fucking people at that particular Taco Bell just called me Chainsaw. And I'm like, holy shit. And then, first time we did a commercial at the company I was working at, I was trying to pull the old Jim Varney shtick. And I was like,
Ernest.
Right. And I'm like, sup, everybody? This your boy Chainsaw. Yeah, that'll work. And it's the rest is fucking history.
It is amazing that you bring up restaurants not are calling you by Chainsaw, because earlier today, Sparkles, my ex-co-host for this show, actually shared her memory from the pizza place she and I used to go to, where they absolutely refused to call her Sparkles Lavendar. They would say, like, we did tests, like they called me Muffins when I said it was an order for muffins. Right. But they wouldn't call her Sparkles for some reason.
Sad.
Like they pointed at her instead of calling out Sparkles. Like the dude just thought like he'd turn gay if he said Sparkles or something.
I mean, it sounds like it would have done him well, I think, at that point. Maybe he's got the same problem I do, except it's on the inside, not the outside,
I tell you what, since you brought up some food, let's do the food story I've got. Are you ready for this?
Let's go.
All right. Apparently this guy asked a woman out on a date, and he did not like what she had to order. Are you ready to watch the clip?
Let's give it a shot.
He said he asked her out on a first date just for drinks. But what she ended up slurping were oysters. Slurping and slurping.
Okay, oysters aren't like incredibly expensive. I've had oysters before. Like they're not the most expensive thing you can buy. So what's your thoughts thus far?
Maybe I went to the wrong place. There's that feedback he was talking about. Maybe I went to the wrong place, but I'm thinking that oysters are kind of pricey, though, right?
Oh, are they?
At least from my experience, you get raw oysters at like a really nice spot. The only time I could ever afford that was in the midst of my Stonk Boy arc. Went down to Galveston. I think I spent a good probably $200. Just between the raw oysters, the king crab, and all that. So say it's about half. It's about
30 a dozen is what clinically is saying.
Really?
Well, it's not lobster though.
I'm thinking 60 maybe.
For a dozen?
Yeah, about that.
4 platters totaling 48 oysters.
When the fourth one came out, he was looking at me crazy.
I could do it.
Wasn't the only one. And then after all those oysters at Fontaine's Oyster House in Atlanta,
I'm like, baby, what's next? What I'm about to eat?
She gobbled down a crab cakes and potatoes entree. But at some point, the date deserted.
It's like he going to the bathroom and never come back.
Damn.
And she ended up paying the almost $185 bill. Most online commenters were unsympathetic. If you eat 48 oysters in a day, you are a walrus.
Hey.
Some Skittles. Slurping them oysters? Oh.
You could eat 48 rice.
Yo, I could do it. Them things are good, though.
Oh, shit. She only left an $11 tip? Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, no.
Damn. That's a $50 tip right there.
Right, easily.
About to be honest with you.
You don't just run out on the bill, baby.
The restaurant manager told Rolling Stone eating 48 oysters is pretty impressive, but not unheard of, and described the woman as nice. Many likened the oyster feast to the scene from White Chicks. Nope.
This is problematic for a whole other reason.
Damn, little lady. You sure can't put it away.
So can Oyster Girl. She was dubbed everything from Queen of the Sea to the Oyster Obliterator. When she texted her date, running out on a tab is crazy, he replied, I offered to take you out for drinks and said he'd pay for them. Dating etiquette can get slimy, but since this went viral, the world is her 48 oysters. Ginimos. CNN. Still slurping? New York.
Well, why did she film it though?
Did you see her? She looked like she's a TikTok, Instagram influencer. So good on her. I hope she got some follows off of this. She made a little money.
Right.
Help her pay for that oyster bill.
Very true. I mean, I could do it. I'm just saying. So here's the thing, like the you can
do 48.
Oh,
You
easily.
can put 48 away.
Easily. Those things are fucking good. Here's the thing. I don't get to eat like seafood and that, being down here in the, middle of the woods as far away from fucking the ocean as possible. Again, the only time that I've had the opportunity to have like real fresh seafood, right?
Oh, it's amazing.
And that's probably why it costs so fucking much, because I was literally like, a few feet away from the beach at a pretty expensive restaurant at the time when we could afford that. But yeah, I think it was like probably a dozen. It was like $50-$60, something like that. But yeah, it definitely left me wanting. Oh my God, Jesus.
I don't know if you've ever watched Kitchen Nightmares. You could be in a restaurant by the beach and they still be buying frozen shit and bringing it in.
I mean, that's true. This is a pretty nice spot though. I guess it's like historically known. There's like streets in town that are named after the same guy that the restaurant's named after and whatever.
Okay, then it was probably fresh then. Yeah,
For sure.
I was in South Carolina one time and had the best octopus, calamari. Fucking shit. Oh my God, that calamari was so good.
Delicious. Immoral, but delicious.
I think I've actually been to that oyster bar she was at. Maybe I don't because I don't remember the name of the place, but it had a rooftop in Atlanta. It had a rooftop dining area, and we had oyster shots, and they were spectacular.
I don't get to get too fancy that often, but when we do, might as well. I mean,
well, you and I ever get together, we're going out somewhere fancy.
Yeah, for sure. On your budget, though.
Fine, I will pay for it. So, I cook, right? Like I love to cook. So I don't go to restaurants unless they can make food better than me. Right. And so that's only fucking fancy restaurants. So if I'm going out to eat, like I'm going to eat good. But from a feminist perspective, what do you think about that?
From a feminist perspective? Oh, what of the guy leaving?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that would really. I got stuck on the oysters, to be honest. Yeah, I hadn't even considered like the story behind it. You got to give me a second here. Wait a minute. All right.
I think he's within his rights to walk out. I think.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of wild, she's just there doing content and running up the budget.
We don't know that she's doing content, but she kind of looked like she an Instagram influencer and shit.
Well, somebody, I kind of feel like that's probably part and parcel to it. I mean, who does that though? If you're just on a date with somebody and you're bringing up the bill like that. I don't know. That's a bit much. I don't know that necessarily stepping out. I mean, the guy did though. So what can you do? That's
And she was filming herself. That's another thing that makes me think she's an influencer.
Right.
That's why we have the video. So and that's another thing. If you go on a date and you're filming yourself for content while you're on the date, that's kind of rude, in my opinion.
Well, it's just kind of weird in general. It makes me think that the whole thing was just planned out. again,
that's another thing. Chainsaw, yes. I'm so good about like, everything you see on the internet's fake and staged. I didn't even come to that conclusion.
You mentioned to me. So what do you think of that from a feminist perspective? So as I mentioned previously, I used the phrase, and I said this earlier in Greycraft's chat, and I think I think it really kind of flew a breaker for him, which I'm really happy to do. I mentioned earlier that I'm a liberal feminist plus. Like I ground my feminism in the ideals of liberal feminism, and I think that we can do better. I think that we can take certain elements from the original concepts of radical feminism, as far as more radical change outside of just electoralism, putting that in more of the social sphere. But I'm not a radical feminist. I actually am very much anti-radical feminist. So yeah, I don't know that those two things would apply there. It's just I consider feminism to just be something that should be the default notion in progressive politics.
I've never really even thought about the term. I've just always woman empowerment is what I would consider feminism.
Right, and that would be more like liberal feminism. That should be the default. I'm always leery of people who actually call themselves feminists, even though I call myself that because I came from an online community before that very much was just the right's stereotypical mindset of what a feminist is.
A feminazi, as Rush Limbaugh would say.
That's what the other liberal feminists I've been speaking with lately referred to them as also, yeah. I don't actually use that phrase, but I love that other people do, and I don't give a shit. But I don't use it. I think it's funny when other people do, because it shows me that other people are able to do some critical thinking when it comes to things like feminism and its various.
Well, clearly, I'm using the term colloquially, because like fucking for Rush Limbaugh to assert feminazi, he's actually like, that's a militant feminism, and that doesn't fucking exist, does it?
Yeah. Wait, what?
It does.
Wait, what?
Is there a segment of the population that's like militant feminist?
You mean the idea that we should abort male babies?
Oh, what, like that you would want to force a certain the concept is so absurd that it's hard to even define. That you would want to legislate or to use the force of government to impose a feminism on other people.
Right. Essentially smashing the patriarchy and replacing it with a matriarchy. As opposed to egalitarianism?
I think a matriarchy could exist without it being militant.
Perhaps I'm not certain on your definition of militant.
Militant would be, forcing people by decree, law, at the barrel of a gun.
I think so. Well, I think that would be.
We got back into politics, goddammit.
I think that would be a pipe dream for some folks who might agree with that. But I think that what we can talk about in absolute terms right now is, say, a social movement that is aligned with those kinds of concepts. And if you're asking me, does that exist? Yes.
How about we do this? If there is anyone out there that is a militant feminist, here's what I prescribe for you. I think you need a titty slap.
Important sponsor.
See you, picture in picture.
A titty slap.
Yeah, you heard that right. Come on now.
Give me those titties, huh?
Very important sponsor.
See you, picture in picture.
A titty slap.
Yeah, you heard that right. Come on now.
Sorry, that's like my new favorite clip on the internet ever.
I heard it
a
when
titty slap, huh?
I heard it when you had the media wench on here, but I didn't actually see it. That's my first time actually seeing.
Okay, so the video gets even better if you want to watch the whole thing.
Very important sponsor. sponsors.
See, picture in picture.
A titty slap.
Yeah, you heard that right. Come on now. Well, for your loaded event, special night, as we said, next Tuesday night, Title Tuesday. Don't miss it. And now,
So that frame right there,
well, for your loaded event, special night, as we said.
this has totally become a meme.
Next Tuesday night, Title Tuesday. Don't miss it. And now, she's soaking in her audience. She was ready for a close-up. And she got it. And now a hip attack. Tony Storm.
A lot of ass. A lot of ass in this video.
2 and 3.
Sorry, that is AEW's Tony Storm.
True. I Jesus Christ. I guess to answer your question more broadly, there is a social movement toward that I guess militant, not so much government intervention. I think that would be a pipe dream of those folks, but there is a social movement toward a more I guess you could say militant or whatever. Radical feminism obviously being the basis of it, and then there are much more extremes that diverge from that.
Militant feminism is handing out titty slaps.
True. I think that's the cure, actually.
The band Friday I'm in Love with Chainsaw here on the Friday Night Freak Show. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Robert Smith. He's a god among men. Oh fuck. Do you want me to throw some bullshit at you?
What you got?
Do you believe in mermaids?
Like IRL?
Bizarre mermaid-like creature washes ashore in Papua New Guinea and it apparently has experts baffled.
Ooh.
So this is the pictures of the supposed mermaid-type creature. You can see the fins there. It's a mermaid globster, is what they're calling it. Warlord's like, is it breedable?
Right.
God damn, I've got the weirdest chat. Are those titties?
See, Warlord's thinking, is it breedable? I'm thinking, is it edible? I'm going to say the answer to both of those is probably no.
Chainsaw really wants some seafood tonight. You know what?
Arguably, that's me and Warlord.
I've got popcorn, shrimp, and I've got chicken in the fridge. I didn't know what I was going to make tonight. Since it's seafood, I'm going to make shrimp tonight. Get off the stream. I'm making popcorn shrimp.
Don't forget the cocktail sauce.
I love cocktail sauce.
I'm actually not a fan. I'm catsophobic.
Really?
Yeah, I'm anything with tomatoes. I'm like, well, gives me the willies. I'm literally afraid of the inside of tomatoes.
Chainsaw.
Yeah, it's catsophobia is a real thing.
Like you really?
I prefer not the
like
inside of tomatoes. You know.
I'm stunned by this. I want to tell you a little story. So when I was growing up, I was really picky about eating food, right? Like even though I watch all the cooking shows and shit, and I have since I was a young child, I didn't like onions, I didn't like tomatoes, I called them foreign objects. I didn't like foreign objects in my food. When I was in college, I decided I'm going to start ordering things the way they come and I'm going to eat them. You know, broaden my horizons. Dude, fucking tomato on a burger is insane. Oh, I can't believe I have missed out on this tomato on a chicken sandwich. Holy mother, Chainsaw, I can't tell you how good it is.
I've tried that myself. That's one of the things that I still am like, oh, that particular food item. Yeah. Like I used to not do the onions, the lettuce, Now I'm like, oh my god, romaine is like life changing. I just eat that shit out of a bag. Mm-hmm. Onions, obviously, fried, sautéed, done some type of nice way. But yeah, tomato, just something about it, sun-dried tomatoes. Now we can't do sun-dried tomatoes so long as they don't reconstitute in whatever it is you're cooking. Because then I could just trick myself.
It's the sliminess.
And the sweetness. I trick myself into thinking that it's capsicum or something, and it seems to work out. Like on a pizza.
Wait. So like you don't get pizza sauce on a pizza?
And not typically, no. It's not my favorite.
Do you like get white sauce on a pizza?
Either white sauce or I'll sometimes, you can order them with no sauce at certain places if they don't have the option. Like Little Caesars actually is very, very, very edible with no sauce at all. Because then you can taste the different sweetness that's in the crust that you wouldn't have otherwise noticed is there.
Wow. Yeah. What about, you mentioned Taco Bell earlier. Do you do taco sauce?
I haven't tried it yet. I've heard it's okay. Yeah, I've never tried it. I've never tried the Mexican pizza that's been there, left, come back, people freak out. Haven't tried it yet. Sloppy Joes are not for me, no.
My mind is blown. So spaghetti is a no-go for you.
I actually also do not like the noodle type of spaghetti. I would prefer fettuccine. Yeah, it's spaghetti noodle. It's so round and just I don't know. It's a wild one. Yeah, the tism affects.
Interesting.
The tism affects people differently.
you on the spectrum, sir. You've got that texture, shape thing going on.
True.
I don't understand it, but I can't hold it against you.
It says not on stream anyway. No, but that is always something that the
Do I have the sexual anarchy drop here? I do not. I have Mass Shooting USA loaded up.
No. Yeah, but there's just something about the shape, the texture of the spaghetti. I don't know. It's always been a thing. And once I discovered no audio on my end, that was to save me.
Everybody else heard it though.
Fair enough. Oh, see, now I'm learning more about how the ins and outs of your stream go.
Well, once again, I'm limited technically because of the board.
Right. See, I don't actually use a mixed board. And I guess that's shocking. Because most streamers
not really.
do. Yeah. I mean,
you don't have to have one. I mean, like if you're just using like a microphone hooked up to USB.
No, this is an XLR.
Then what do you have? You have to have some kind of interface to plug it into your computer.
It's so the XLR. I have the XLR to what boomers like us used to refer to as an 1/8-inch jack is the actual cable that I'm using, and that plugs into the back of the desktop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense too.
The kids call it the 3.5 or the 2.5 now.
Yeah. I feel you. You're using the input in the back of the computer.
Well, this is also
makes total sense.
Well, when we were on a budget recording music, this is the kind of same way we would do that. Plug in one microphone or one instrument at a time and do track by track.
Fair enough. We are not in the same place. I think we're across the country from each other. Battle Opossum. All right, before we get out of here, we're gonna have to do a couple clips here. It's spooky season. We got to do spooky story, right?
All about it.
All right. So apparently some Halloween decorations have upset some people in this town in Utah, I believe it is. Hold on. I forgot what clip number it was. Okay, number 1. Running a tight ship over here, Chainsaw.
Right. Hey, Sid.
It's the talk of the town.
Have you guys seen the street sign skeleton
thing around town.
Inside the Outpost restaurant, locals are buzzing about a certain Halloween display and the way it's blown up on social media.
We're going to go tip them when we leave. We know what it's like to work for tips.
I know. It all started days ago when Christopher Fugitian put up the skeleton pole.
All right, what's your thoughts on the decorations?
I love it. I love it. As a DoorDasher, I've actually come across a couple of houses where they had the skeletons, mauled by the push mowers, the manual push mowers.
Well,
I kind of dig it.
I kind of dig it.
I love it. This is creative to me. I can't believe they're wanting to take it down.
And as a feminist, I also appreciate the entrepreneurial.
Well, hey, like right wingers love to talk about like gender studies degrees and shit. Very few people in a college are getting a gender studies degree. Like it's such a niche. Like they're probably only teaching one class, a semester for the degree. Like it's so niche. But I did know a woman who got a gender studies degree. She works for Planned Parenthood now. She's like a regional director for them. But she worked at a strip club. That's how I met her. I was DJing at the strip club, and she was one of the strippers. Totally cool. Like if you are stripping and it's empowering to you, and you like sex, you like being naked, and you want to make money off of dumbass dudes, fucking go for it. I'm totally about that. Now there are women that were there that I felt were probably, they felt like they had no other option. And like, oh, I got to strip to make some money, and they would rather not be there. I don't like that they have to do that, and they feel they need to do that. But if you're all about it, if you're an exhibitionist and you want to make money and it's empowering to you, then fucking, I love strippers and we support sex work around here. Give them the tips.
So not to get too political on you, but there is an entire branch of a subsect, and I guess it's a subcategory of rad femmes that are referred to as SWERFs. That's a sex worker exclusive radical feminists who very much are kind of have a lot in line with the tradcons when it comes to sex work in general.
So they believe all sex work is exploitation.
It's exploitation. It's immoral. It's whatever. The idea that they aren't in the position. It's dehumanizing. It's depower. It's they lose their it's disenfranchising and all that. And I'm like,
can be.
Paying rent seems like it's a good way to, and if you're utilizing the resources that you have, sometimes in some cases, what choice do you have?
Well, see, I don't like, if it is your choice to do that, that is cool. That to me, that's awesome. If you like, I like to get fucked on camera because there are people that have that kink. And you want to monetize that, and you feel empowered by it, or there are plenty of like a lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of strippers are lesbians, and they really don't like men, and it's empowering to them to take money from men. And if you like that, fucking, I'm so cool with that. So like, you have to take it on a case by case basis because there is a lot of exploitation in sex work.
Well, the problem with that category of again, we're getting back on feminism here. I should have never mentioned that at all. But the major problem that kind of keeps coming up, here's the thing, though. The major problem that keeps coming up within that branch of feminism is essentialization. We're essentializing people based on their activities, based on their social interactions within society. Gender essentialism is a huge one. And it all comes back to a lack of nuance, which is, I think, that more gears my my beliefs on intersectionality is the nuance. But yeah.
Well, I try to bring nuance to all topics, except cops. Fuck cops. True. ACAB. All right. Back to this awesome story of the stripper skeletons.
I know. It all started days ago when Christopher Fugitian put up the skeleton pole dancer on the city sign. He says the only backlash he received was caught on camera a neighbor who kept coming over to cut it down.
Maybe a little risque for some people, but it's and, all in the name of fun.
Then the city posted the display to its Facebook page, telling him he had until 9 p.m. that night to remove it since it's against city.
Boo.
I think it brings a lot of good humor that we need to a small town.
The post took off, so while this skeleton was serving ones, others were serving their opinions in the comments section. Writing things like, I guess teaching our children respect, decency, and manners has gone by the side.
Whoa. How about teaching children to take a fucking joke? You prude. Is this a violation of decency, Chainsaw?
No. Living in a red state, I'm actually not surprised by this type of rhetoric. People are
It's
afraid
not
of
just
their
a
own
red
kids.
state. There's Karens everywhere.
I mean, that's true. But people are just so afraid of their own dicks. It's unbelievable.
Dude, I had a woman call other people Karen the other day, and her name was Karen. It was the weirdest. She was talking about liberal Karens, and her name was Karen, and I laughed my ass off.
Was she correct though?
No, she was being a Karen.
Your kids understand what that is. Maybe the problem
Probably about wokeness or some shit.
on the pole. Maybe it's something else.
Fugitian moved the skeletons off city property and that night made the display even bigger, adding
Girls.
skeletons. Neighbors are even dropping off their own decorations to add to it.
We look forward to keeping this going and getting it a little bit more elaborate as we go.
Now that's kicking authority in the balls, and I'm all for it.
We love it. Soft humor. I mean, like you say, people just can't seem to take a joke. It's unbelievable.
I love it. I'm a fan of that display. I'm always a fan of creative Halloween displays. Rock on. I'm glad they're sticking it to the city. Creating chaos, which is one of the C's. Hey, okay. If you were to assign me 3 C's, which would it be?
3 C's? Like words that start with C?
Yeah. If I was a triple C, what would I be?
Oh, Jesus Christ. God, all the words that start with C I could think of are fucking insults at this point. Why'd you put me on the spot?
It's cats, cannabis, and cooking was the correct answer, motherfucker.
Those are the ones.
Or are you going to call me a cunt?
Immediately you said that, and I'm like, I don't know, crotchety, cranky, crabby. Still thinking about crabs, my dude. King crab.
Oh shit! Well, I'm thinking about shrimp.
Crab with the claw cracker. That's the ones.
Did you just call me a cracker?
True. We're not on Twitch anymore. We can do that now.
Oh my god, man! The fucking when that whole thing went down, Sparkles didn't know about it. We were doing a freak show, and she kept saying "cracker." I'm like, no, don't call me cracker. No. I had to like pause her mic. I was like, no. I had to like explain it to her, like with the mics off, why she couldn't say cracker.
Jesus. So I just found out there are certain words that you can't say on. I guess they have the
cromulent.
Different TOS on Facebook. I've been recently because I've been dipping my toes in the waters of Facebook streaming, right? And so some of the folks that I've come across have told me some of the weirdest stories about how they'd gotten like a 24-hour ban or like a week ban or some shit.
I'm the king of Facebook bans. I can tell you how to get around them.
Somebody walked into a chat and said hi or some shit, just hi, and got like a 24-hour ban for that shit. And I'm like, what are the TOS on Facebook? Like,
no, they did something else, man.
How bad is that? Well, a couple of them were like, oh, I've done that before, and then got a, whatever. I think it was like hi with like a couple of eyes.
Buddy, I'm still on here fucking calling people dumb fucks and dipshits, but you have to be, so you can't say it specifically. Like, you can't be like, you're a dipshit. You have to be like, well, that's a total dipshit. Like, you have to not be targeted. Don't tag them. and be like, what a fucking dipshit. And you can get away with it. I haven't been banned in a long time.
Do you think this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever read? I've read all day? Or
yeah, there you go. That's a very good. I've thought about teaching people how to get around TOS. TikTok, I have no clue. I keep getting strikes on TikTok. Like you basically can't anything with a gun. Like I had a video of a woman going into a police station, and like she starts shooting off the gun, then she lights up a cigarette. It was the coolest fucking thing. But because it's like glorifying gun violence, so TikTok took me down. They took down my story about the teacher who got fired for having an OnlyFans, but they actually put that one back up. So I'm going. By the way, her OnlyFans is on sale for $14 right now.
I can't even think of his last name, but that superintendent has no dick. Kyle something.
The one that fired the OnlyFans teacher, she's doing the like. That's the best thing that could have ever happened to her. She probably made like a fucking $100,000 in the last month. So
sure, hopefully. Well,
don't. Well, she was already making like $4,000 or $5,000 a month.
Nice. Well, you know, most of the being in Missouri, and obviously, I'm sure you're familiar with Jess Piper. So a lot of the
oh, I love Jess. She's fantastic.
So a lot of the libs and Democrats that like orbit her, yes, myself included to a point. You know that because I'm affiliated with some of the same people that she's affiliated with, and then you know obviously JoJo is running or not running, but she's operating Randy McCallion's social media projects and whatnot. So school choice and school issues, and especially things that are affecting teachers, it's like something that it's a topic that's always brought to the forefront. And so that story, when I first saw it, man, that I didn't know that it was going to go, you know, viral like that. And, you know, I saw people tweeting it out. So I tweeted it out. And the next thing you know, I'm seeing it in like national headline news. And I'm like, what the holy shit? You know, we always make the news for the most embarrassing fucking dog shit things.
She even changed her name to her real name, and I noticed that the other day because like it was like Brooklyn Love XXX or whatever her like name was before.
Yeah.
But since that story has broke, she's changed it to her real name, and I don't blame her one bit. So people can find her.
Right, bring it in. You know.
So I don't know if you saw this one. We actually did a story about he was a teacher. And he is a stand-up comedian, and he was making TikToks where he was like, whenever my kids piss me off, I lie to them. I tell them Abraham Lincoln invented the car it's named after him.
I did see
like
that.
he was like it was fucking hilarious, and they fired him. Couldn't believe that shit, but I hope it works out well for him as well. He's not going as viral as her though, because sex sells.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that it goes hand in hand with the skeleton dancers, right? People just lacking a sense of humor.
Exactly.
And I'm sure their reasoning is, of course, as always, is protecting the kids.
Well, he apparently said like he would fart near them. As like, that was something he put on TikTok. So like when they like called him into the office to ask him about it, he's like, "How often do you pass gas around the kids?" It's a joke.
How often do they deserve it?
Oh goddamn. Yeah, that they when I was in college, they forcefully committed me to a mental hospital, and I didn't realize what was going on. And the woman from the state that's sitting there with me was like asking me all these questions, and I'm like being I'm a stand-up comedian. I was fucking like heckling her back. So she asked me like, have you ever had any visions or seen blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, it's been a while since I've tripped on some acid. Oh, goddamn.
Wow.
Just, to clarify, they forcefully committed me because they couldn't punish me any other way. I was a complete fucking dick to the school, but I didn't technically violate any rules. So my psychology professor 100% believed that was just to punish me. And there's no other way they could do it.
Jesus.
Why yelled at a professor?
Wait, you said that happened in college? God, what did you live in fucking Louisiana? Like how?
In Tennessee.
Oh my God. How, my dude?
Well, let's say there were like,
I guess 3 douchebags. Sign a letter.
I was a troublemaker. There was one of my friends actually wouldn't attend class with me for a while. Like I pissed him off so fucking bad. So I had to go to the dean of students and have this, roundtable discussion. And the whole time it's like, I love you, Richard. Why are you mad at me? And he's just like fuming. I don't play well with others.
I mean,
we're good now. We're good now.
I mean, I guess it only takes like 3 signatures. You got to have 3 people who fucking hate you just enough to sign the paperwork or whatever. But
I yelled at a professor. I told I was getting ready to graduate, and I told him if this goddamn fucking school ever asked me for any fucking money, they can fucking shove their letter up their goddamn blah 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 blah. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
That's the other thing. You're paying for this.
I have a degree in radio, television, film production. I am not allowed in the broadcasting department of my college.
You paid to go to school here to be an entertainer.
Way too fucking much, too. I paid way too fucking... And student loans started back. Fuck you. I ain't paying that shit.
Imagine the mindset. They're like, oh yeah, this guy, he's not funny. Trazodone. Yes.
What? Oh, they put me on. So okay, everybody in the mental hospital was really weirded out because I was the only person. They have, if you've never been, they have like color coded bands. Like if you're on suicide watch, you have like a black band. If you're detoxing, you have a red. I don't remember what the actual colors were, but there's like the whole rainbow for whatever you're going through. I didn't have any bands on my arm, and everybody's like, why are you in here if you don't have any bands on your arms? So I actually ended up hooking up with a girl in the mental hospital.
There you go.
And then like a year later, I found her and her boyfriend and her posted on Craigslist that they wanted somebody to come and have a threesome with them. Just got to see her again. I've led such a wild life. Okay,
it's pretty good.
I was getting ready to wrap it up there, and I was gonna go make some. Got off on a tangent there. Chainsaw, my man, thank you for joining us. Run it down. Tell everyone where they can find you, what you be doing over there on Cash, Coffee, and Chaos.
All right. Well, I appreciate you having me, buddy. What's up, everybody? This is your boy Chainsaw. You can find me at chainsawccc.com where I stream live.
You're now Keith Chainsaw.
Chris Chains. I'm going to get the guitar out. I need to get.
That was Chris Gaines, motherfucker.
No, that's a different guy.
He was awesome.
That's a different guy.
I'm a Garth fan.
I'm gonna put that maybe that's the haircut I get. He did have a pretty shaggy thing going on there. It was still a little bit the length, but it was just enough, And that little
that's what she said.
That little 5 o'clock shadow thing he had going, maybe we work it out. Oh.
Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Keith Chainsaw.
ChainsawCCC.com is where I'm live streaming. I stream on Twitch. I stream on YouTube. I stream on Facebook sometimes, but it's not as much fun. I'm on Twitter at Chainsaw. I'm Chainsaw CCC everywhere you find me, but mostly on the website. Get on the website. Subscribe on the website. Get a cool chat highlight for the chat by subscribing on the website and jump in the Discord.
Damn right. I encourage you. Do it. Now, militant feminism tells you that you need to go subscribe to Chainsaw CCC. And if you don't, you get a titty slap.
True.
Give me those titties, huh? Chainsaw, it has been a blast, my man.
Appreciate you having me. This is a long time coming. I mean, I actually just went over my last, what was it, my 1 year stream anniversary on Twitch, like officially doing it was like maybe a week, 2 weeks ago. And I started.
Oh shit! Well, happy anniversary.
When I started thinking, that means that I've been watching your show for over a year.
Oh well, hell yeah! Well, I've only been doing so the Troll Patrol. I started dry runs in like 2017, but the show, its actual debut date was 4/20 on 2020.
I think I saw the VOD of just before you moved to Twitch. I don't know if you broadcast it on your stream or if it was a link that you had sent somewhere.
It started off as a Facebook show, and that's why the original Troll Patrol looks like Facebook. Like if you go back and look at the old setup, it looked like Facebook.
Yes, so
because
yeah.
it was like an overlay, and the concept was that I would be live trolling people. That I would be trolling them on Facebook, and then I kept getting banned on Facebook, so I just started reading the news. That's how that got started.
So see, we all sort of fell into this a little bit, starting with one mission and then ultimately arriving to the People's Rebellion against capitalism.
Well, anytime you have a product like that, like you're not gonna find your groove. Like you gotta get in there and you gotta kind of like find what works and what doesn't. And like now I've got a format like that we go by, and it wasn't always like that, right? Like I didn't know what I was doing at first.
I still have no idea what I'm doing. I just I show up whenever I can. Obviously, we got to work to keep the bills on, but keep the lights on, keep the bills paid. But I enjoy it a lot. Showing up and getting an opportunity to look at stories that, as I'd mentioned this before, I talk about issues that are important to me and hopefully important to other folks. And if not, maybe they can find some sort of use and utility throughout their daily lives that they may not have considered. Honestly, God damn, this whole fucking topic this whole stream has been me talking about feminism because it is an important issue to me, right? It is something that I do talk about probably more than most folks are comfortable with. But with that regard, well,
there needs to be men speaking up for it.
Well, here's the thing.
Like on the one hand, like it feels like it's not your place, especially like topics of race. I don't feel like it's my place. There are people that are more informed on the issue than me. However, white boy kind of needs to take up for some causes because nobody's going to go out here and find Cornel West to listen to him. Like you got to hear it from a white guy sometimes.
And to be honest, I'm the other guy on that. I think that more people who feel passionate about something should be speaking out more about it. As you say, you would feel like it's maybe not your place, but at the same time, men talking about feminism. I mentioned this to another liberal feminist just the other night that I was speaking with, IRL, right? That one of the things that I despise the most is the male feminist. Now, I might be a guy, and I might be a feminist, but I find nothing more disgusting and just absolute cuckery out of the quote-unquote male feminist, because typically what that means is it's a guy who is falling in line and following the
orthodoxy.
Thank you. The orthodox the protocols of radical feminism, and that's something that I think more people should be more aware of. Is that how radical feminism has disseminated itself in the mainstream and usurped and surpassed liberal feminism. When we think of, like you mentioned earlier, feminazis, when we think of feminism, we think of, I don't know, you use the phrase militant feminism. I would probably use it in a way that might be a little bit differently than you had. Conservatives, their stereotype of what a feminist is what a lot of liberals will consider that type of stereotyping and think of that as a good thing because they may not know a whole lot about, the history of feminism, the various waves, the movements, and how far it's come and how it's transitioned over the years. The original concepts and how those have been, say, not quite as useful as we consider more intersectional means toward other communities, people of color, trans people, queer people in general. The list goes on, right? And I see.
Speaking of which, we gotta get you gayed up. We gotta get you queer-eyed.
Very true. But I see that as being a more of a problem. Is that people will take what they perceive as feminism at face value and just run with that. And I see that all the time whenever I see people online, the online feminist brigade, and it's mostly just rad femmes and the dudes who orbit them sucking teat, as opposed to actually considering how intersectionality can play a role because at the end of the day, our goal, at least my goal, is to attract more voters, to get people who are, say, centrist or don't care about these issues or haven't considered how these issues play into their lives, to consider feminism, to consider egalitarianism, and to vote accordingly. For the benefit of humanity. It's fucking utilitarian, my dude.
I'm not actually sure what my purpose is. I like to inform people. I like to keep people up on what's going on. I don't really care how you vote. It's to be bald. That's, that's my purpose. I've said it on stream many times. I would implore you, if you're in Wisconsin, if you're in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, vote for Joe Biden. But other than that, I really don't give a shit. And I'm not going to lose friends over voting, because the decisions that put Joe Biden in the position to be president happened on the local level 20, 30 fucking years ago. So what's more important is getting involved locally, taking over your local Democratic Party, starting a DSA, blah, 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 whatever. Go get elected to school board. Go get elected to your city council or your county fucking whatever they call it.
County commissioner.
Supervisors, whatever the fuck it is. That's more important than who you vote for president. We put way too much emphasis on the vote for president, and that decision was made so go out and get involved locally, and that work will decide who is going to be president 20 years from now. That's how this shit works.
No, you're 100% correct, and that's okay. So we were talking about other streamers earlier, and that was something that I
fuck them, fuck other streamers.
True, and here's why. So. And I didn't know that this was a thing. When I first saw your show, I was like, holy shit, I'm talking about the... Okay, so I started canvassing for candidates, last year, early, I think about March.
Important work. Thank you to anyone who canvasses, who phone banks, but do it fucking Joe Biden doesn't need you to canvass or phone bank for him.
Hey,
you're fucking local. You go to your state rep. Right. And you're or whoever is closest, as closely aligned to you as you possibly can get and that's running in the state rep race.
Yeah, get on Ballotpedia, look up your county, find out where your voting district is for a state rep, for a state. I think Nebraska. Is Nebraska the only one that has a unicameral legislative body, because they're fucking insane?
I believe you're correct on that.
But yeah, find out who, either who is your representative or who's the candidate running the primaries. If you have no one running, fucking work to get that.
Go run yourself.
Or that, if you live in the district, for sure. But that was one thing. So I started working with candidates. We were, at that time, we were pressing T-shirts, we were pressing buttons, we were printing out lit and giving that to candidates. We actually worked for the candidates themselves that run my home state, in my district and others, right? So a lot of Missouri Democrats who ran in the 2022 election year after the primaries, and a couple before the primaries, when I was still starting to meet people and whatever, we made their shit. We made their shirts, their buttons, their stickers, all the fucking freaky gay stickers that they were passing out at Pride Fests and Folks Fests all across the region. Those came from here, these four walls you see around. And whenever I started streaming, months fucking later, I think my very first stream that I did that was this kind of thing was actually with we had we had 10 candidates. One of them was acted as my co-host after I interviewed her, and then we had the chair of the Missouri Democratic Party Progressive Caucus. So we spoke with like all these fucking people, raised funds for their campaign. That was like literally my first stream fucking ever, right? And then like when I found you, I was like, fuck yeah, this guy, he does politics, he talks about news, da da da. And then like I found a bunch of other streamers that also do like political stuff and whatever. And then like several months later, I found out that like not a lot of these people who have been here for like years do this shit. And then they like are maybe just now getting the idea that they could, or that started talking about things like that, like specifically. I mean, I don't know. It's
what, organizing?
Yeah, it's weird to me. It's like, what the fuck was the point then? Like people, get behind a microphone, they put the headset on, they turn a computer on, they turn OBS on, they get ready to stream, they're talking to an audience of fucking hundreds or in some cases thousands of people, and they're like, well, what can I do? I'm just a content creator. I'm like, dude, I got fucking 5 people watching me. What do you mean? And, still even yet, I got JoJo in the chat. She's running, Randy McCallion's social media, so her tweets or Facebook or helping with the campaigns that way. And I'm just like, wow, like what are folks doing here? So that's something that I would urge, other content creators. I don't know how many.
Well, hey, and then you brought up making buttons and T-shirts and shit. I want to throw that out there. I do this for my friends on Facebook, but I should extend this to people that watch me on the stream. So Sky Comet was talking about how she wanted to run for school board.
Hell yeah!
I will help you make your media. I will free of charge, because that's my way of giving back. Anybody who is running for office, I will help. That I agree with. My friends, people in my audience, I will help you make your media.
Not helping MAGA dog catchers on the stream. No.
Yeah, no, fuck them. But anybody that needs, logo design, needs videos made, just fucking film yourself with your phone. I'll edit it together for you and put a fucking snazzy intro, outro, put music under it if we need that. I'll design your fucking all your what they call style guide, right? How your logos and your text and everything looks. I will help you with all that shit. Because that's how. Because people, like, oh, what are you doing? Blah blah blah. That's how I fucking get involved, right? Because I'm not really into going knocking door to door, but that's my way of giving to the community to help them with the electoral politics.
I love that what are you doing is becoming a more serious conversation now online. I of course, shit posting and whatever about, the importance of primaries and the importance of state races and whatnot. I've had a few tankies in my mentions show up and, ask that very question. And I'm like, I am the last fucking person you should be asking this, bro. Like, I literally started streaming because I thought it would be a good way to continue what I'd already been doing. And I guess that's why I'm so like disillusioned whenever I come across people who, as you say, let me do my best Justin Freakin impression. Is it jealousy? Well, maybe. But you know what? I'm working my ass off over here. And that's fucking true. That's fucking true, though. I'm coming from that fucking background. Hey, look, the candidates win? No. But you know what? They fucking ran. You know what? We also have fucking state reps that are in office right now who didn't have a primary candidate that just showed up and were like, I want to run for office. And the lady behind the desk was like, okay, sign here, sir. And they were like, all right, what do I do first to start canvassing and running my campaign? And they're like, no, you fucking won, bro.
And it's sad how the right has taken over the local government.
Right. Just by showing up. That's all it really took, because we're fucking doing so not great.
And you're right. Like I get pissed off at online leftists that, they want to argue about presidential votes. Like, that's not what fucking matters, motherfucker.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll bitch and scream and complain about, some things also. I don't miss an opportunity to make fun of Cornel West with all the weird shit that's been going on lately. But mostly that's actually more jabs at the people who have been, supportive of that. And here's the thing. With a lot of the things that we've been seeing that in the last even few weeks, right? regarding politics, I always think back to, okay, so I spent months and months and months, more like 2.5 months, streaming the hearings, the anti-trans hearings in Missouri, a few other anti-trans hearings elsewhere. I think that's how probably most of your audience that even knows who I exist already before tonight probably know that I exist at all. Is that they would show up and be like, what the fuck is this guy doing, right? But that's what we were watching, and we watched that shit for fucking hours. And I think to myself, Rabbi Bogart's fucking kid cannot afford for these people to tank this shit because they're, I don't know, fucking worried about whatever the fuck, because they're too busy clout chasing the fucking, Tankie likes on Twitter. All trans people, queer people in general in my fucking red state can't deal with they have too much at stake to let potential votes go to waste or to for people not to show up. And when people say my least favorite, I would much rather people show up and vote third party than to express online, which I'm not a fan of, but then to express online, well, I'm just not voting in general, because and then clarify that with, I mean for the presidential race, because that just sets a bad precedent down line, down ballot. And like you say, we've got county commissioners, we've got state reps, we've got state senators, we've got fucking dog catchers that do not need to be wearing red hats, man. Folks literally cannot afford that. They're literally.
I know that's a trope, but is there actually a position of dog catcher? There's like animal control, I'm sure, but like
my town has a dog catcher. I don't know if it's elected.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if it's elected.
Do you live in fucking Mayberry?
Yes, surrounded by dozens of other Mayberries. Have you? Okay, so I was thinking about this the other day. Like, have you been to the Ozarks, my dude? Imagine the entirety of the Appalachia, right? It's compressed into one little thing, and then they took like 4/5 of the population and took them out. Everybody under the age of 70 who says poke, they removed them.
I was in show choir, and I have performed in Branson.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
I've seen the Osmond show. I have a lot of fun in Branson. Yeah, Warlord. I was trying to wrap up 30 minutes ago. We got on a tangent. It's all good. It has been a pleasure, Chainsaw. It's always fun to talk with you.
Hey, thanks for having me, buddy.
One more time, where can everybody find you?
I am Chainsaw CCC everywhere. You can find me mostly at chainsawccc.com, where I live stream. We talk about politics. We talk about sociological issues. We talk about your sister's ass. Come check it out. Streaming Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Your sister's ass.
Why not? Streaming Tuesdays and Thursdays and other times.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. That's Keith Chainsaw. We'll see you on Sunday night on the Troll Patrol live. Thank you, my friend. It was a lot of fun.
Hey, appreciate you having me out, man. That was a lot. Yeah, that was. I don't get to my stream still running. And
hello, Chainsaw Stream. We're off my stream now. If you want to go back and check out the show and hear all the cool music and all the drops and everything, do come over to my YouTube or Spotify. You can check it out as a podcast.
Most of my audience is your audience, outside of a few choice names. So that's a fun one.
That's awesome. I'm glad my audience comes over and supports you.
For sure. Yeah, I appreciate you inviting me on. I don't even know how long.
Trying to steal my mod.
True. Well, yeah, actually, I was considering modding Warlord because he seems to really like the Twitch chat for some reason. He's kind of afraid of the website chat. So, we might need a little eye over there.
I'll put in a good word for you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night, my friend. I'm going to go make some shrimp.
Hey, sounds good. You have a good one, buddy. All right. We did it. Where we at? All right. That's where we're at. Okay. Turn some lights back on. Too much lights? Maybe. Could be. We'll never know. Down a little bit. Oh my God. Freedom. Thank you. What up, Warlord? Good to see you, buddy. All right, now we can go back to Twitch. turn that one back on. I think we are on Twitch now. We are sending data. How we're streaming. Cool. Here we go. We did it. What is that? Okay. Okay, the website's still showing the right stream though, right? Because I did have to restart that shit a couple of times. So I just want to make sure that that's actually working. Okay, we can close this. And as long as the website's playing the right VOD, I don't care. Okay. Ah, thank you. Thank you. So this one. Wow. We had to put up 3 VODs for that because huh. All right, well. That's cool. Okay, so who's ready to do some other content? Let me pull this up. What are we going to do? Oh, God. All right, let me find that. Let me find that video here real quick. Oh, Naomi Chance put it in the Discord. Convenient. Conveniently. What happened? You were only live for 20 minutes. All right. Let's go here. All right. Mr. Jeff Muffins. Hey, you can actually jump into the website chat, and I'm pretty sure that's like perfectly fine because it's my chat. I don't think anything matters at that point, right? Holy shit! Hang on. All right, now Warlord's request. Ah, Jesus. Warlord's request. We're gonna do the second thought video. Operation Words is a go. Oh shit! Where am I? There's no camera. Oh shit! There I am. Hi. How you guys doing? Good to see you. God, I'm fucking. Why is this so big? Why is this so big? Holy Jesus. All right, there we go. Hopefully it wasn't like that the whole time. No, I look pretty good, I'm pretty sure. My head is fucking huge, though. Let's shorten that down. All right. No ads for me. Mwahaha. Don't listen to Warlord. Oh, yeah. Hang on. There we go. We can get Justin over here if he likes. We're going to hang out and get the ads. Ads are also cool. We like ads. All right. We've got that on. We've got that on. We've got the, all right. So by popular request, let's check it out.
This episode is brought to you by Ground News. Authoritarianism, the practice of eating only people who have published books. Wait, that's not right. Authoritarianism, truly one of the words of all time. A decadent 7 syllables long and wonderfully vague. If you've ever had a conversation about politics, and if you're watching this channel, I'm sure you have, you've likely heard someone use the term, or maybe you've even used it yourself.
Watch this during the Freak Show, Certified Deranged. No? That's what I'm hearing. Like I say, we've got a whole thread to go over, so we'll get my react, and then we'll get the react to the other react that came from Naomi Chance.
It's popular in pretty much every corner of the mainstream political spectrum. Liberals, conservatives, the dreaded centrists, and even some lefty groups like anarchists and libertarian socialists. But what does it mean? And what gives it so much weight in the political discourse? Well, that's what this video is about. We've got a pretty poor understanding of what authority is here in the West, but I bet we can fix that. Let's start with the generally accepted definition. Authoritarianism, favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority, especially that of the government, at the expense of...
It always means USA, right? If it's anti-American, it's good, right? I thought. Isn't that something like that?
Personal freedom.
I don't want to be too judgy. I just also happen to know that some of the people who enjoy this content.
Okay, this is a pretty bad definition if we're being.
Also, I've heard some of their remarks about other things that they don't really seem to know a lot about. This second thought person or people or team or whatever it is that's going on. I actually have no idea.
Being honest. It mentions the government in there, but doesn't really commit to being political, just kinda, when you want people to follow the rules. That's not super helpful when we're trying to nail down a heavily used term, and one that deals with some serious topics. Okay.
So we're going with the government bad narrative right off the back. I like how the video is very loud and you are very quiet. What do you mean I'm very quiet? Really? Really? Holy shit. Is that a thing? All right, hang on. Hopefully it wasn't like that on Justin's stream. I should be, I don't know what keeps moving that. It's not me. Huh. Okay. How about now? We a little better? Hopefully that's a little better.
Okay, so what if we expand it to include how people generally use the term?
All right.
Generally speaking, when someone uses the word authoritarian, they are often, but not always, using it as a term to demonize a system that is different from their own, regardless of the facts. They're using it as a synonym for totalitarian, a word you don't really hear much anymore. It's sort of fallen by the wayside in favor of authoritarian. Kind of like using the word commie as a slur has been superseded by Tankie in the last few years. Same idea, different era. Both of these words, authoritarian and totalitarian, have been leveled at fascism and communism, often in a direct attempt to conflate the two. This is largely due to the US's extreme anti-communism.
All right, hang on. Arguing with Justin in chat.
Regardless of the facts. They're using it as a synonym for totalitarian, a word you don't really hear much anymore. It's sort of fallen by the wayside in favor of authoritarian.
It is fixed,
kind of like using the word commie as a slur has been superseded by Tankie in the last few years.
Those are like two completely different things, my dude. Firstly, the whole commie thing, that goes back to just general fear of that's just a general right-wing and neoliberal response, or even a liberal response against Marxism, which was also the misunderstanding of what Marxist Leninism was at the time. And it's just a general, calling someone a commie is just a general, say a catch-all for being anti this thing that's associated with what my perception of communism is, right? And that's to say that in some cases that actually does fall in line with Marxist-Leninism, the whole, taking away the ownership of private property, which is a thing that Marx was actually not in favor of. Marx was pro-private property. Marx would allow you to have your own shirts and forks and toilet paper. I'm anti-toilet paper, but that's another story. But yeah, Marx was actually in favor of private property. That actually is a trope that does come from Marxist-Leninism, which is authoritarian. So I would say at best, this is half wrong and at worst completely fucking insane and not wrong. But Tankie is specific. Tankie is the people who call people commie as like a slur are not the same people who are calling people fucking tankies, my dude. You're just conflating that. Well, I guess we'll find out the reason, right? But literally, that's not the same thing. That's not at all the same thing.
Same idea, different era.
No.
Both of these words,
incorrect,
authoritarian and totalitarian,
incorrect,
have been leveled at fascism and communism, often in a direct attempt to conflate the two.
Right. And most of that comes from a pseudo understanding of Marxist-Leninism, or at least the results of such societies.
This is largely due to the US's extreme anti-communism post-World War II, to the point that they'd lump in their former friends, the people without whom the Allies could not have won the war, with what most people believe to be the greatest evil in history.
Again, a mix of a liberal and neoliberal response to, actual socialism, but then also a somewhat given an example of what Marxist-Leninism has actually the damage that has caused to Soviet society, and the horrors inflicted upon the Soviet people in its name. So, kind of both is why. Some for no reason and just weird ignorance of what it is, and part of that because of the obvious horrors of Stalinist society.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's all well and good. People use a political term vaguely to demonize their opponents. Big surprise. But we still need some specifics. What exactly makes a state authoritarian? Well, if you have a scroll through the comments of just about any political video that talks about socialism, you'll find people ready with their pre-written list of objections, usually bundled under the prime objection, that's authoritarian. Things on that list include the existence of large prisons or labor camps, a covert police force, state media, a strongman leader, censorship, that sort of thing. And to be fair,
not wrong so far?
All those things do sound scary, and none of them are ideal. I think we can all agree that we'd love to live in a society where prisons didn't need to exist. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before we go any further, I want to emphasize that I'm not trying to attack anyone here. The objection to authoritarianism is present in a lot of different camps. People may define it a little differently. For example, a libertarian might call seatbelt laws authoritarian, while a liberal might consider the influence of the church on the government authoritarian. Meanwhile, my anarchist friends are yelling from the back of the room that the very existence of a state is authoritarian and we need to abolish bedtime. Again, teasing, no offense intended. Okay, we all on the same page? Authoritarianism is a red flag for a lot of people, and there are some specific objections we can consider. So, let's consider them.
When you have these woke revolutions, it requires all of us at some point to say no. Not.
Here's the thing to consider. The fact that we don't have YouTube Premium means that these content creators are making less money off the ads. W.
Here's what we're going to do for the rest of the video. First, we'll look at the list of objections as understood by liberals. Right. And I mean that in the broadest sense. Liberals as in subjects of liberal states, not in the conservative versus liberal sense. Then we'll look at those same objections as understood by the left. Again, pretty broadly speaking. Basically everyone from social democrats and beyond. Then finally, we'll consider a better way to understand authority and authoritarianism. Sound good?
All right, let's give it a shot.
All right, liberal friends, I've got a pretty good idea of the kinds of places you feel are authoritarian. Top of the list, Soviet Union, the big one. Perhaps the target of the most intense smear campaign in history. Then we've got Cuba, China.
Smear campaign, curious. Want to know more? Yes.
North Korea, and likely a handful of other projects. But I think it's safe to say that these are the big ones. When you look at any of these projects, it's not difficult to see the one thing they all have in common. They're all socialist. And when you see this...
that is so, like immediately, I mean, to say that there aren't social elements of the Soviet Union and China and the idea of just saying, okay, well, they're just not socialist. They're anything but socialist. They're capitalist. They're what? Okay. I mean, there are socialist elements, to, these states' ideals and their function, and socialist programs that are set forth by the states. I don't even know if I would really. I mean, boy, that's a deep well to just be. I mean, by the standard that the Soviet Union is socialist, so is Mexico. Okay, so by that standard, the United Kingdom is socialist, but I digress.
It's not entirely unreasonable to come to the conclusion
that's like such a fucking deep well that we really don't even. I'm just saying, like, by the standard that the Soviet Union is socialist is the same standard as saying that Liechtenstein is socialist. Okay, I mean, teeth are not socialist. Socialism should provide people with teeth. But damn, long live the monarchy of North Korea. I mean, you're right.
That authoritarianism is a core feature of socialism. We'll address this a bit more thoroughly in a few minutes, but suffice it to say that in the West, we may have a slightly biased opinion on the matter, through no fault of our own. We've just been subjected to nearly 100 years of Red Scare propaganda at this point.
I mean, that's not wrong. That is not wrong. A lot of it is just Red Scare propaganda. That is not wrong. That has nothing to do. Well, that has nothing to do with the marks against communism. The preference that the people who are saying Tankie are not the same people who would call people commie in a demeaning manner. Okay, the reason that a person would become a Tankie is also a product of a century of Red Scare propaganda. Okay? That's what I think is missing here, is that the things that would allow for someone to defend Stalin or the Soviet Union or North Korea, that is a product of Red Scare propaganda, and a lack of critical thinking, man. So, shit.
Everything we're taught growing up in the Imperial Core, especially in the US, points us towards the
The Imperial Core.
Conclusion that communism is evil and capitalism is righteous. But here's the part where I'm going to have to ask you to be willing to consider some unpleasant truths. And I don't say these things to engage in whataboutism or because I'm anti-American or something. Quite the contrary. I believe that in order for any country to live up to the standards it sets for others, it needs to soberly reflect on the facts. And the facts indicate that everything we're taught about these awful authoritarian socialist countries, we are also guilty of, and often to a far greater degree. Let me elaborate. One thing that rarely gets the attention it deserves is how
that's not the defense you think it is, my dude. So all the bad things that these socialist countries that everybody says aren't socialists, that are actually authoritarian, do, the West does too. That's not the defense that you think it is. That's holy shit. Why would you even say that? If I was trying to make your point, I would not use that.
How we talk about authoritarianism. And I mean that literally, like the very words we use. Take the DPRK.
Oh my God.
We never hear about the government of North Korea. We hear about the Kim regime. This is common when Westerners talk about non-capitalist governments, or even capitalist ones that aren't vassal states of.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna be so fucking charitable right now. So fucking charitable. All right. End stream. All right. Okay, so what we did was we went to North Korea on Wikipedia, and then we went to government, right? Okay. Politics in North Korea. People. Okay. Takes place within the framework of the official state philosophy, Kim Il-sungism. Kim Jong-ilsism. Which is part of Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism, Juche, is the belief that only through self-reliance and a strong independence. Okay. Hold on. So the leaders of the country who are father, son, They created a political doctrine of philosophy that the government uses to operate on. Okay. North Korea's political system is built on the principle of centralization. Okay. Constitution defines North Korea as a dictatorship of people's democracy. Okay. Which is given legal supremacy over other political parties. Okay. WPK General Secretary is typically the supreme leader who controls the WPK Presidium, the WPK Politburo, the WPK Secretariat, the WPK Central Military Commission, making the official office holder the most powerful person in North Korea. Okay. So the General Secretary is typically the supreme leader. Just in case we don't know what that word means. Who's in control of the Presidium, which is the Bureau of the Workers' Party, and the Politburo, where we know what that word means, and the Secretariat, and the Central Military Commission. The WPK is ruling party of North Korea. It has been in power since its creation in 1948. Other minor political parties also exist, but are legally bound to accept the ruling role of the WPK. Okay. So, all right. So, I'm sorry, I interrupted. What's going on here? North Korea is like super anti-immigrant, isn't it? I think so. First person to be shot in a revolution will be the person who comes up with the isms. Like to the point where it's multiculturalism is going to cause the decline of civilization. I think there's translated DPRK, a newspaper that spouted the talking point. I'm just. So it's not a regime, folks. We're learning today. It's not a regime.
The US. They have a regime, we and our allies have a government. The way we talk about different systems goes.
They have an executive branch and a judiciary, and they allow for several other parties. I mean, I don't know why anyone would think otherwise.
A long way towards coloring our perception of them. People criticize labor camps or secret police or any number of other scary authoritarian words. But here's the thing. We have those too. And if you look at the
That's not the defense you think it is!
Data, often to a far greater extent than any socialist project in history. We just don't call them by those names. We don't have secret police, we have plainclothes officers or the intelligence community. We don't have gulags, we have detention centers, which, by the way, house far more inmates than the Soviet Union ever did. And of course,
But my guy, like, if the point is that these systems are better and in fact more egalitarian, but they have the same systems that we have in the capitalist West, then why would we want to palette swap that? No, really, why? This is exactly what I was talking to Justin about like fucking 20 minutes ago. I swear to God. Why would we just want to palette swap that? For anything, any sociological issue, any political issue, why the fuck would you want to just palette swap the shit? Palette swap is not a solution toward a means that allows for egalitarianism. We should tell him. I think we are.
Of course, we don't have slave labor, we have penal labor. We put inmates to work manufacturing hand sanitizer during a pandemic or fighting fires because enshrined in the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, slavery is illegal except as punishment for a crime. And a lot of the time, that crime is just being poor. A parking ticket you couldn't pay, getting caught with the same drug a rich person uses, but you don't have the money to buy yourself out of trouble. We don't have a Ministry of War, we have a Department of Defense, despite never once fighting a defensive war. Every military action taken by the United States, from bombing hospitals to drone striking foreign citizens, is given the cover of defense. We don't have...
Nope, I'm not. Nope. I'm not falling for that.
Have state media or propaganda, we just have news. Those news outlets are, of course, all owned by the same corporate interests who funnel millions of dollars a year into government pockets to make sure their profits are secure.
That's not the same, bro. Okay. Corporate interest in media, across various swaths of media, taking up a similar pro-corporate but separating amongst factionalization of party, but still taking a pro-corporate stance is bad. Okay, like Fox News is bad. Okay, CNN is gotten even worse than it was when it was just bad. Okay, MSNBC. Have you watched that shit lately? It's also bad, but it's not all just Donald Trump cum buckets get chugged for 26 hours a day on 5 channels with the same logo at the bottom. Bad. I mean, there are degrees of this. Replacing something bad with something worse does not make it better. And it doesn't make the first thing not bad also. What's the point? Like, what is the actual point here? What is the fucking point? If we're going to say that, oh well, these capitalist systems are awful because they take away from they don't allow for information to be freely distributed to the masses and allow for people to do whatever. So fucking Jesus Christ. So you still haven't given a defense. I'm not going to defend capitalism or capitalist corporate news outlets, right? But what I can say is, what have you actually delivered that is in defense of the DPRK with regard to its government or its news agencies? What is the defense? What is the point? What is the reason? I don't get it. Like, what is the actual point? If you're just going to say that, oh, well, this shit's bad according to you, but we have this bad shit too. Like, isn't that the same thing? Like, what's the point then? You think this country I like is bad? Well, the country you live in is 100 million times worse. Right. Or exactly the same, or slightly not as bad, but also really bad. That's not a defense. Communism is less bad. That's why it's better. Well, I mean, I think we can take that away from this at least, right? Holy shit. Holy shit.
And their anchors dutifully repeat the ruling class's ideological positions.
Warlord, everything Justin said about you is true.
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
True.
This is a metabolism.
This is extremely dangerous to my stream.
Killer. And even
Their guys are dictators, ours are presidents. Their state has a regime, ours has a government. We are free and happy, they're oppressed and miserable. Our nuclear arsenal is for deterrence. Theirs is a threat to global peace, despite the US being the only country on Earth to have ever used nuclear weapons. And we did it twice, on civilians, on purpose. We have a democracy, they have a dictatorship, despite by all accounts places like Cuba and China having far more representation and opportunity for democratic involvement than places like the US. So the way we talk about government structures, characteristics, and actions matters.
Is it? Pause, Andy.
Without even knowing it, we can end up falling prey to some very subtle, very sophisticated propaganda that primes us to hate people we've never met, whose economic and government structures we know nothing about, and with whom we share far more in common than we do with our own leaders. Okay, fine, but those are just words. Who cares what we call our stuff? All right, let's talk specifics. In a striking 2012 article by Adam Gopnik called The Caging of America, the author notes that, quote, overall, there are now more people under correctional supervision in America, more than 6 million, than were in the Gulag under Stalin at its height. And this is coming from an American writer with a thoroughly liberal worldview. It's a poignant comparison because, as we all know, Stalin, gulags, and the Soviet Union are the trifecta of what the average person sees as authoritarianism. The fact...
Yeah, genocide, mass deportation, also known as genocide, prison camps, also known as genocide, or otherwise aspect of or useful tool in the implementation of genocide. All these things, yeah, this is pretty bad. This is pretty not good. This is not great. But then again, I'm that radical who would say that the that the concentration camps used in the what was it, the Second Boer War, also constituted, and the actions of the monarchy also constituted as warlord, also constituted as a genocide. Even though it was just white people with 6-shooters and other white people with 6-shooters. I mean, it's bad. Okay, it's fucking not good. Isn't this the same as Gulag?
That we're doing worse than that, even if you buy the inflated numbers of widely debunked books like the Black Book of Communism.
It's you might have read about it once or something. I've never heard of it either.
Should tell you something. And fun fact, the CIA wrote a report in the 50s that the whole Stalin strongman thing was largely a myth. It was just a very useful myth to the capitalist powers, so why not perpetuate it? But I know what you're thinking.
Now, okay, so actually, yeah, let me backtrack on that. Now, I say that knowing full well that the I guess it wasn't just the I know there's like a sub faction of folks that were in the Transvaal. Was that the Voortrekkers, or am I screwing that up? The Voortrekkers are the ones who went, but then once they arrived and settled, they were still just all generally called Boers, right? I know that the whole concept of like the Orange Free State and what is it, Natal, and I think there was another one that was over there. I know the whole point of that was like basically to just set up the Confederacy of the United States, but in South Africa. I totally get that, okay? And I'm not trying to defend that weird fucking shit and in any way, shape, or form. We're just talking about the concentration camps here. Because obviously what they did when they got there was not in any way, shape, or form. They literally wanted to start Jimmy Swaggart land, but for just white people, in those regions that they had later moved on to. Or, I don't know that that was necessarily what they wanted to do, but that's definitely what they did do when they got there and they found gold and they could afford that shit. At least according to what I read, I don't know, but not defending that shit, but just the concentration camp part. You can do bad things to bad people, and those bad things. Okay. Track that. Not bad people. You can do things to the people who belong to a political faction that the political faction is very bad. There you go. There it is. It's uncancelable. You can do bad things to the civilian population of a faction that a political faction is doing very, very bad things, and that even the people are involved in doing those very, very bad things. And that still constitutes as, obviously not in the time, because I don't think they had war crimes that were going, by our standards now. They were more going along the standards of like the Treaty of Westphalia or some fucking primeval Stone Age shit. But that's still very bad. Okay, when you do that, regardless. Nailed it.
Everybody knows the US has a thing for prisons. That's like one thing we could ease back on a little bit. That doesn't make the country authoritarian. Let's continue then. How about surveillance? It's pretty widely believed that citizens of socialist states are the subject of extreme surveillance. But what if I told you that none of them hold a candle to the US? Don't believe me? Take a look at Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Thanks to this piece of legislation, every single person in the
permits the U.S. government to engage in mass warrantless surveillance of Americans' international communications, including phone calls, texts, emails, social media messages, web browsing. The government claims to be pursuing vaguely. This is from the ACLU, allegedly. Probably is. Why would we not believe that, right? They can be virtually any foreigner, abroad, journalists, academic researchers, scientists, or business. Okay. So we can guess where this is going to go.
United States.
Mass surveillance bad. But the people, the country I don't like, does it too. So that means, it's actually okay when this country that, you don't like does it. Place your bets now.
Is the subject of incredibly intense scrutiny. We have a mass surveillance program that allows for the collection of phone conversations, text messages, emails, web searches, and social media messages. Everything you do is being monitored. But wait, it's called the Foreign Surveillance Act, so why are we in the crosshairs? Well, it started out as a way to keep tabs on communications between US citizens and foreign nationals deemed a threat of some kind. But over the last decade or so, the scope of the project has expanded dramatically. What was once strictly a counterterrorism tool, which is already incredibly vague and dangerous, has now morphed into a domestic surveillance apparatus where the NSA provides this data to the CIA and the FBI, which they can use to open investigations into any person in the country without a warrant. But
yeah, not great. Don't love that. Do not enjoy this at all. Very much very much a not spying enjoyer. Preferred when spying on civilians was not a thing.
What if we want to give US intelligence agencies the benefit of the doubt? They're just doing their job, right? If you're not a criminal, you have nothing to hide. According to a 2022 report, the FBI and CIA conduct millions of these backdoor searches for no legitimate reason. They've pulled data on family members, journalists, political commentators, even government officials. For what reason? Who knows? They want dirt on a politician they don't like, so they read their Twitter DMs. They saw you in a coffee shop and thought you were cute and asked the barista for your name. That's all they need. Some random intelligence creep can plug in your name, phone number, or email address and have access to years of your personal communications, web activity, address, personal details, all of it. No authoritarian regime in history has ever wielded that kind of surveillance power. Okay, dystopian prison population, largest surveillance apparatus in history, that all sounds pretty bad.
I agree. All of those things are very bad, no matter who's doing it. So what now?
But at least we have the freedom to criticize the government, right? The secret police aren't going to come drag us away. Well, I've got some bad news for you there, too.
Oh,
US police are the most vicious and unaccountable in the world by far.
That's not a... Like, I fucking... Are you shitting me right now, bro? Are you fucking shitting me right now, bro? I live in the fucking spot. I grew up in the spot. Kind of... Well, it's not always, but several times have lived in the spot where you don't want to criticize government. If you criticize government, like the candidate of choice, that was like kind of a big deal there for a while, because one of the candidates, one of the districts that I used to canvass for, was talking about canvassing earlier on Justin's show. One of the candidates who actually is a current office holder and previously is also an ex-cop. It's been alleged that this person or someone that's associated with them had been going around and removing the campaign signs of their opponent, who is one of the candidates that I did canvass for. So basically, you have a Republican candidate or someone who's affiliated with a Republican candidate who is a former police officer, law enforcement of some kind, going around and removing their opponent's campaign, hardware. Right now, this is I think it's either a felony or misdemeanor. I can't recall. It's been a while. But either way, it's fucking illegal. Like, you can't just go around picking up people's fucking campaign signs and just jacking that shit out of the yard and sticking it in your fucking car and driving the fuck off, right? Of course, when the police were called, they had several witnesses to this. When the police were called, the police showed up and they're like, what can we do? There's nothing we can do about that. Because of course this is in the district where the representative is from, and it was, I believe, the department that he previously worked for. I live in that area, my dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is not like something that like the county commissioner didn't find it in his authority to such and such and send, the sheriff doesn't have like a black book, in the second shelf of his desk that says, yeah, this is perfectly fine and legal. This is just a thing that these fucking rednecks do. It's just a thing that these rednecks have been doing for fucking literally, over a century. It's just how they operate. It's called the good old boys club. Okay. Well, what you're talking about is a systemic, hard cut in stone fucking, stop it already. Come on. This is literally fucking LARPing, my guy. Come on. With your privileged ass. Stop it already.
A lot of people think that in order to conceal carry,
I was done
you're
with
going
that
to need
shit
a tactical
already.
belt and a set of jeans. Well, I'm here to tell you.
There are plenty of videos online of police arresting journalists, brutalizing peaceful protesters, even laughing about killing innocent people.
The second not to know about the fucking Gestapo. Right. That's right. Never heard a Westerner say Kim regime. Yeah, I've never used it myself. I mean, we literally just looked at the structure of how their government works. I might start saying it from now on, though. Holy shit, I didn't even know. I mean, I don't know. Not something I ever felt the need to wiki until this dumb shit popped up on my fucking timeline. And Discord, thanks, Naomi Chance. Amazing. Yeah, they say North Korea, you're right.
I have a whole video on the subject, actually. But here's the gist of it. According to ongoing reporting, US police kill over 1,000 American citizens per year. 1,000 people, and I can hear the objection already. Yeah, well, some of those people were probably criminals. Police are not meant to be judge, jury, and executioner. They're meant to arrest people if they have to, and then hand them over to the judge, jury, and we really should talk about the executioner part. Open social media on any day of the week, and you'll see a story of an officer-involved shooting, where the media tries really hard to twist the reporting to make the cop sound less like a murderer. With body cameras often required these days, it's getting harder for them to hide their crimes, though they still try.
Yeah, bro, that's not good, but like, oh my god, this is basically just giving up on electoralism altogether. Yeah, that's all this is. That's all I could see this as. This is just don't vote because there's no point. Because the government's going to do whatever they want to anyway. We should just wait until the revolution comes, and then join the tides with your stick. And this is literally okay. So everybody who's on Twitter has probably seen all of the weird anti-queer and anti-trans cartoons of the people with the hair and the dildo army and shit. Like this is literally that. But like that's what they expect, is that they're going to be able to just like walk outside and show up and join the brigade of I don't know what, because it's not happening, because this is fucking insane. Like this is literally insane. The stereotypical fucking with the conservative stereotype of what a leftist is, that's this made manifest. Holy fucking shit. Like the way that conservatives consider leftists and communists, that is exactly what this is, but made real. Holy shit! Like why? I mean, I know why. It's a lack of effort. Literally, we were just also talking about this on Justin Freakin' Show. This is literally a lack of effort and just laziness, literal lethargy. Go out and fucking vote, my dude. Go out and fucking canvass. Go to a fucking pride event and pass out political literature of candidates in your area. I don't know. Like, what the Get on your fucking stream. How many fucking whatevers does this fucking guy have? Like all of them? 112,000 fucking people. 1.64 million fucking subscribers, you fucking lazy shitbag. Why? I'll stream it to like 5 people. Bro. Like what? And every single one of you needs to get on Facebook and on Twitter, find out your local candidate running in your state Congress, your state House, your state Senate, and make sure and follow them and like all their shit, and see if there's an opportunity that you can to show up and help canvass for them if they got a phone bank or whatever it is. Get involved, and if if your candidate's doing pretty good, find an adjacent district. You can get on Ballotpedia, and that little bit of dialogue right there is like so much more fucking useful than this entire goddamn 23 fucking minute video. It's 1.6 million subscribers and 100,000 fucking viewers. God, I hope half of them are having the same fucking stroke that I'm having right now, because holy shit, bro. Come on. Democracy was a mistake. Second thought. Yeah, true. These things are also aren't directly comparable. Right. Well, that's what I mean. It's like a palette swap, but the palette is still not great. And so that's the argument or something. I don't even know.
Anyway, the bottom line is this. If we look at any other country on Earth, let's say China, the hot button supposed authoritarian hellhole of the day, and we compare police violence stats, the US is far worse. In the US, in 2022, police killed 1,201 people. In China, that number is 0. Oh, wait, nope, I read that wrong.
Okay, wait.
0 people killed by police since 2019, a year when 2 people were killed. 2 people in 5 years, in a country with a population 4 times greater.
If I chose to believe that, one might also posit, we'll just leave it at if I chose to believe that.
Than the United States. Since 2019, US police have killed nearly 5,000 American citizens. So, we have a more dystopian prison situation, we're the most spied on people on Earth, and our police murder 3 people on average every single day. If that's not authoritarian, I don't know what is. And this isn't to run defense for the excesses of past and present socialist projects. In fact, socialists are among the loudest and most well-read critics of these experiments. The Deprogram Guys and I have a podcast episode specifically dedicated to the topic, and we plan to do more in the future. The point of all this is that if we're going to rightly level criticism at some states, we need to make sure to apply that standard universally. And that means starting at home rather than simply passing judgment on countries halfway around the world or that have long since passed. Okay, that's the...
I mean, so which is it? Are we getting involved in electoral politics, or are we abstaining because we're fucking insane? All right.
The liberal part taken care of. Now it's time to have a little chat with my friends on the Western left. The right does a very good job at presenting a unified front. The capitalist class and the forces of reaction are incredibly powerful in the imperial core. The left is already on the back foot, and we have been for many, many years. This is why it's frankly absurd how much infighting goes on among the left. Social Democrats sniping at tankies for being authoritarian doesn't do the movement any good. Funnily enough, the label authoritarian is only ever applied to successful socialist projects. The ones that failed were somehow more pure. But the moment a new system takes steps to ensure the security of their people and their new...
No, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, in a country that we've already admitted has well, I guess we were talking about North Korea, so I guess we're just swapping them around whenever it's most convenient. But let's assume that that China operates in a similar fashion to North Korea with regard to its secret police, and I think that was mentioned in reference whenever he was talking about China also. So in a country that has total control of its press and the state press, right? We already know that these countries operate in a more centralized government based on, we just looked at that. Why would you take that stuff at face value? Why would you believe what the press is releasing? especially considering that this country in particular has so many undocumented people. And I mean undocumented in the same way that like we, maybe specifically because of our mass surveillance, that we have more documentation on people. I guess for the sake of the census, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Whereas in every other fucking, possible conceivable way, it's not good for people. But yeah, why would we take that at face value? And just believe that. By the way, Naomi, do you have, I couldn't find your thread on this. I wanted to take a look at that afterward. If you have that, feel free and throw it up in chat.
New project. They're labeled authoritarian. I think part of this is that there's a lack of understanding among Western self-professed leftists regarding what it actually takes to change the status quo across an entire country. Every revolution, including bourgeois revolutions like the American one, are authoritarian by default. Those in power will never give up their power without a struggle. They're not going to let you vote out the very system that benefits them. To understand the nature of revolution a little better, let's go back to the man himself. No, the other one. His sugar daddy. There we go. Friedrich Engels. This large beard wrote a brilliant little piece.
Okay, I'm not going to lie, that was kind of funny though.
Called On Authority. It's like a page long. None of you have any excuse not to read it. It's linked below. But here's the part that I think is most applicable to this video. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all. And if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionists. Would the Paris Commune have lasted a single day if it had not made use of this authority of the armed people against the bourgeois? Should we not, on the contrary, reproach it for not having used it freely enough? Therefore, either one of two things. Either the anti-authoritarians don't know what they're talking about, in which case they are creating nothing but confusion, or they do know, and in that case they are betraying the movement of the proletariat. In either case, they serve the reaction. While it might not feel good.
Okay, so it seems like y'all are way more familiar with this than I am. I'm not actually familiar with On Authority, but so far, and I could be wrong, somebody hit me in chat, but so far what I've heard, it seems pretty anti-tanky to me. No? Yeah? No? That does kind of feel like a little anti-tanky to me. The idea that we're going to just see the workers' revolution with the red flags and stuff, just like marching up my street here, with the dogs barking and the many, baseball players running for their lives and whatever. Like, I imagine that this seems like it's saying that that's not going to be the best way to do things, and that perhaps, electoralism, and things, I mean, I don't know. So far, we haven't seen a workers' revolution in this country. I don't know if these fucking idiots think we're going to see one in the next 6 months or something. Maybe that's what they have in their head, is that they're going to see it in their lifetime, because this is literally like people who fucking that just turned 70 and are like sitting there watching fucking Jimmy Swaggart like fucking jerking off and shit and wondering, why hasn't the rapture come? I'm so old right now. This is literally fucking tanky fucking evangelicalism. Like, I've finally turned 26 and the revolution hasn't come to sweep us off of our boots or something. I don't know. Like what the fuck is this? Go outside and eat grass and go to a community festival where they're doing this. Where they're doing this right here. Go to a place where they have tents where they're doing this. And pass out literature. Okay? Pass out copies of fucking the Communist Manifesto. I don't give a shit what it is. Go to a place where they're doing this right here. This thing right there. Go there and pass out fucking candidates lit. Go find the candidates tent. Walk by the Republican candidates tent and go like this. Shove it right up there. Okay? And then go find a one, with the big, stupid looking donkey on it, and see if they got some door knockers you could take home and then give them to your neighbors and shit. Ask them for their email address, what their website is. like them on Facebook and follow them on Twitter. Like, go outside and eat fucking grass. Holy shit. Like, the results may vary. Time to read on authority is a meme. Okay. A lot of Tankie side on authority. Gotcha. Like I say, I'm unfamiliar with it, but it just sounds to me like honestly, it sounds to me like a good treatise against fucking the revolution that these assholes are so so enamored with. That's never going to happen in any of their lifetimes ever. And if it did, it would be the worst thing that could ever happen to them in particular.
But to be called out from beyond the grave, it's so important that we understand what Engels was talking about here, because it's still true today. If a mass of people decide they're done with the current oppressive system, rise up, build something new, and then fail to protect the gains they've made, their project will be destroyed. We've seen it many times throughout history.
I'll check it out.
The reactionary elements in society won't go away, and people with wealth and power before the revolution will still have that wealth, and will have likely fled somewhere like the US where they can agitate for military or CIA intervention.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here.
I can read one page, but only if it's in my first language.
This was the case in Chile in 1973, when the democratically elected socialist president Salvador Allende failed to take preventative measures to ensure the vicious reactionary class and their US-based co-conspirators couldn't undermine them. Long story short, the Chilean right wing launched a US-backed and US-funded coup to overthrow the government, eliminate Allende, and install a fascist military dictatorship that plunged the country into recession and suffering for decades. In order to avoid this happening, a budding socialist project, or heck, any project, requires police, it requires the shutting down of reactionary outlets, the banning of certain kinds of speech. There's a reason Germany banned everything related to the Nazis, for example. It's because they wanted to keep that sentiment from spreading as much as possible. It requires an intelligence apparatus to listen for terrorist plots, which were all too common post-revolution. In East Germany, the reactionaries would routinely attempt to blow up civilian train lines. It requires prisons to keep these people off the streets. And historically speaking, the socialists have been much better at using prisons for rehabilitation rather than just packing human beings away to rot like we do in the US.
Bro's never heard of the Gulag before. It was just a work camp. You know, they let people out. It's just they reoffended. That's all it was. It's just prison, right? Anybody see Benny's? Yeah, everyone saw that. My bad. Literally everyone saw that. Benny on Charlie Kirk. Oh my God, it was so fucking. Oh, wow.
These things may not be morally correct, but like it or not, they are necessary. And that's something that every system has agreed on. I would love nothing more than to see an alternative work, but it never has. Maybe one day I'll be proven wrong. That would be amazing. But to the people who believe it is possible, you need to ask yourself how it's going to happen. We've seen what the people in Tsarist Russia had to do. We've seen what the Cubans had to do. We've seen what the Vietnamese had to do. What the Chinese had to do. What the Americans had to do to separate from the British. Your anti-authoritarianism, while I genuinely...
Hot take. What the Americans had to do was not exactly something that I don't know that the American Revolution could have really gone any other way than the way that it did. Right? You've got for a good almost 2 centuries, people showing up, depopulating a country that was highly overpopulated, basically with the idea of going forth and multiplying as the doctrine. Plus, you've got a shitload of foreigners coming from, at that time, one of the largest populations, well, I guess the second largest population in Europe at that time. That was also heavily overpopulated for resources and whatnot. Obviously, this is well after the 30 Years' War coming over, and also having no loyalty to the more loyalty to their local communities than they did to an imperialist, monarchy, 1,000 miles away. And the attacks on businesses, with regard to taxes and tax breaks, for instance, in the place of the British East India Company, or British, I guess the British West India Company, whatever. And yeah, I don't know that really could have gone any other way. I mean, war bad, sure, but yeah, I don't. All right.
Genuinely believe it comes from a good place is handing an easy victory to the capitalist regime. They want you to play by their rules. It's their game. You play by their rules, you lose. End of story. One final thing that's important to note is that this anti-authoritarian stance is very much a Western thing. And I think the reason for that is that we here in the Imperial Core are in a very privileged position. We can hold these naive beliefs because we don't have any skin in the game. We're not the ones under the boot. We're not the ones whose resources are being extracted, or whose homes are being bombed, or whose cities are being occupied.
This motherfucker has no idea how I live. Oh my God. All right. This is why we need socialism, folks. So to be honest, is because we have bougie ass tanky fucks like this making excuses for authoritarian regimes thousands of miles away, and the same type of oppression that's being put on the average working class folks in their respective communities. This is why this is what led me to this. I mean, obviously other things that so, and I didn't want to give the impression that I am some bougie motherfucker just because I mentioned the Stonk Boy arc and things. Keep in mind all the things that I mentioned on Justin's stream earlier when I mentioned, my Stonk Boy days and going and spending a couple of $100 at the fucking, at the seaside fucking, Italian restaurant that is the absolute fucking wealthiest I'd ever been in my life. It's never happened since. It'll probably never happen again. And most of that was the result of just irresponsible gambling. Let's be honest. Just blatant irresponsible. I mean, at that time, if you had $500, which was coming to everyone every single fucking week, through unemployment, you could throw a dart at a wall and make a shit ton of money. But also they had several systems in place where you could extract money from you, was the problem. I think I did pretty good holding out. And then, of course, being able to start a lucrative business that kept the roof, over my head. But, this is not that time, obviously. I am not living in that sort of a situation now. You would be seeing significantly more streams from me, probably fucking every day, if that were the case. So if you like this kind of content or any kind of content that I be putting out, feel free and subscribe on the website, hitting that subscribe button, going to chainsawccc.com/memberships. You can subscribe for as little as $5 a month to keep the gruel coming, because literally the little icon on my screen says support your favorite impoverished streamer, because I am literally the most impoverished fucking streamer on Twitch. Okay. Maybe Carpe Packs, but we are also co-workers, like probably hundreds of miles apart, but we be keeping the lights on with the same means. You know what I'm saying? So like, this bougie shit does not even compute with me. I don't know. When I'm over here looking, thinking to myself, okay, well, which pack of flavored fucking ramen are we going to get to, enjoy as dinner tonight? Hopefully I have enough gas. I swear to God, if these fucking brakes go out, automatically homeless the next day. Okay. The fucking tires go out before I have a chance to pay the fucking light bill, fucking homeless the next day. So I'm hearing from this motherfucker talking about, what the Imperial Core and how we're not affected by the holy shit, my dude. Oh my God. Go outside and eat fucking dirt. You don't fucking deserve grass. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, Jesus. Holy shit, my dude. Yo, just, whoa there, don't confuse rednecks with badges. True. Rednecks at least have a working class. Well, yeah, so actually being in, I don't know Justin's take. I should have mentioned that actually. But around here yonder, we actually do make a distinction between rednecks and hillbillies. Hillbillies are typically the more working class, rednecks are more the LARPers. But I don't know how that's like in the rest of Appalachia. It may be a little bit different.
By armed invaders in the name.
Ron, you got it, buddy.
Name of freedom and democracy. We have the luxury of condemning others because we've never been on the receiving end. Think for just a moment what it would be like if your neighborhood was occupied by a foreign military force, doing unspeakable things to your friends and loved ones, taking your belongings, burning homes, torturing people in the name of national security. What means would you resort to in that situation? I can't answer that for you, but it's something to think about. I know this has been kind of a heavy video, and for a lot of you, I'm sure this is the first time you've been asked to look at your home country more critically. If you're interested in learning more about any of the stuff we've talked about, there are links in the description. We all have a responsibility to choose our words carefully, apply labels correctly, and hold our own nations to the same standard we expect others to meet. Maybe it's...
Right. I am so working class, my cat just stole my shoe. But she brought it back. She brought it back. Oh my God, that was amazing.
It's time we retire the word authoritarian and try to engage with the facts more precisely, more honestly, and in good faith. This is a really interesting...
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I feel like a lot of this is just bad faith.
Topic when you dig into it, and as you might expect, vaguely using words like authoritarian isn't just a problem in one corner of the political arena. So I just wanted to take a second to show you how prevalent that vague language is even among mainstream news outlets, with today's sponsor, Ground...
Ad time. Okay. All right, so what did we learn? Literally nothing. Literally, I learned who Second Thought was, because I had no idea who it was. Again, I heard the audio before of all the dumb fucking takes about civilians and blah, 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 blah. But I'd never seen this motherfucker before. My opinion has not changed very much at all about Second Thought. It may have, in fact, gotten worse. That this person is incredibly fucking pretentious and incredibly callous and incredibly fucking... it comes from a different background than I do, clearly. Look, your boy Chainsaw is working class, always been that way. Always, unfortunately, will be that way because... the revolution ain't coming. No one's coming to save you. No one is coming to save you. No one is coming to save any of you. If you want to do anything about any of this shit that you see in the world today, you got to find the means. And the change is not going to be fast. It's not going to be immediate, and it's not going to be free, and it's not going to be full. Okay, you don't get to live that long. None of us have the luxury of living long enough to see, the proletariat revolution to fruition. But that doesn't mean that we have to be doomer pilled. What we can do is get fucking active and get involved and putting forth, begin the process of turning the cogs toward egalitarianism. Okay, that's the problem with these extremists, and I say extremists in a very literal fashion, as we were talking about previously with regard to radical feminism versus liberal feminism. This LARPing of a revolution versus electoralism. This concept that we can replace systems with a palette swap of a different system, and we're going to expect a different outcome. First of all, you're not going to be able to replace shit. It's not coming. It's not happening. It will never come and never happen because we're not even going to do the base fucking work of being able to show up and organize in the first place. We can do this. This is what we can do. We can do the base groundwork of being able to first of all, share and express our ideas, and disseminate that amongst the masses and da-da-da-da-da. But then also being able to show up for things like campaign events. If your county party has something going on in the neighborhood, stop on by, show up, see what it is that you can do to get involved, supporting your local state reps, your state candidates for representatives, Senate, whoever. Making fun of and bullying conservative politicians, whenever they say dumb shit online is a lot of fun and somewhat praxis, but showing up and getting involved and canvassing for candidates is probably the most important thing. Again, I mentioned this on Justin's stream earlier. If some of you weren't there, I know Warlord, you were. I started this. I started canvassing. Okay. And I didn't know this until recently, that a lot of people, they start streaming in politics and talking about politics online, and then they're like, oh, well, maybe we should get involved in like actual real world politics. Yeah, I was doing that already. Okay. Like I was already doing that. I was already going to events and printing the flyers. I was printing the literature. I wasn't actually hand pressing the buttons. That was what she was doing. Cause it's kind of a one person job, but I paid for the press, okay? Like, you know, I went outside and I picked up the box and I brought it in and I opened it and I said, hey, here's your button press. And she was like, yay. And then, you know, she pressed the buttons and, you know, but like I was the one fucking pressing the fucking shirts, right? Because that's a little bit of the pull thing. It's a mechanism, right? So it's a little heavier. Yeah, it is much safer inside, true. But you know, that thing's a little hotter. So, you know, I did it and whatever. And, you know, like she showed me how to align the things and whatever, but like I was doing that and we were taking those, you know, to the events and giving them to candidates countless times. You know, I've shown up to you know, rallies and you know, the Folks Fest that they have where the candidates would show up and brought boxes of shit to give to the candidates that they can give out to. Okay. 6 months later, I started streaming. So I don't know what the fuck these idiots are doing. You know, but holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I don't know. This is just the complete opposite of the type of messaging that we need to be getting out there. And I really feel, I fear that, that this is going to continue to spread in ways that, we may not all see, immediately as being more important than they are. Now, I know that a few weeks ago when this whole situation happened in the Levant, one thing that I do disagree with Demon Mama about just a little bit, is she mentioned that, you know, the loudest people online, the most annoying people online, they really don't matter. I personally think that they do, because the loudest, most annoying people with all the fucking wrong takes, first of all, that shit gets picked up by the conservatives as the stereotypical leftist. Okay, but then that shit also gets picked up by liberals who are too fucking dumb or brain dead or fucking lazy to actually do the work of research of what the issue is. And they either get fucking scared of it and they run away from it, or worse, they think, oh shit, that's based. I'm a based leftist. I'm not a MAGA Trumper. I'm going to jump fucking head first in this. And we saw this in 2010 with the weird fucking most cringy, you know, rad femmes online. And now that sort of shit is dispersed in the mainstream. And you see, and now you have the incels and the femcells and the whatevers. Okay. Like that shit didn't exist. Like there were just people who had problems socializing. And now it's like entire fucking communities that identify with this idea that either all men bad or weirder, all women bad. What the fuck? And that all comes from people not being challenged in this way. So you know, I pick on Demon Mama, but she's probably one of the biggest creators that I agree with on a lot of issues. And she has done a lot of things, you know, speaking about, well, for instance, in the case of Levant, a lot of those issues. But I noticed that, and she actually is the one who brought the phrase Wokescolds into my vocabulary, which is probably the, you know, to me, the best thing, but to some others, probably their least favorite thing. I think that word is so fucking appropriate. I don't know. It's a good way to describe it. And I'd seen it before, but I didn't know what to call it. And I'm so thankful for that. But I don't know that we should necessarily ignore those folks, because we've seen the damage that they cause in the real world. Now, I think more to her meaning was that we should ignore them because giving them attention just feeds those trolls. But at the same time, I don't know. To be honest, there's a good dynamic there between feeding the trolls and calling them on their bullshit so that people can see that shit is being challenged. Perhaps that's more what she meant. You know, that's a tough one. So I'm not going to say I necessarily disagree with her per se, but it is something that grabbed my attention, and it is something that I think that more leftists perhaps should be discussing, at least you know, amongst ourselves, is what to do to combat that rhetoric. You know, directly or indirectly. It's anyway. I'm getting fucking off topic. So let's take a look at the Naomi Chance. So that was my react to the Second Thought video, which is insane and fucking just the most LARPy shit ever. Let's get Naomi Chance's thoughts on this. So the thread. Second Thought's new authoritarian holy shit. Second Thought's new authoritarianism video is bad. He splits the video up into the section for liberals and then the section for leftists. The section for liberals sees him hard hand wave away arguments towards states like China, the USSR, and North Korea because America is more authoritarian, apparently. He goes on to say that America is more or less just Ingsoc light, stating that the government does surveillance on every citizen and that any dissent is shut down at a moment's notice. What really made me do a double take in this section was when he said that 0 people have died in China since 2019 compared to America, and he doesn't use anything outside of a single Wikipedia article to back it up. Now, in Second Thought's defense, I only look at one Wikipedia article too, so I can't say much. Now we go to the section for leftists, and oh boy, it's a doozy. Second Thought opens up by saying that successful socialist countries are the only countries that get labeled authoritarian, which is a statement, to say the least. He goes on to say that the reason why people use the label authoritarian on these countries is because Western self-professed leftists, whatever the fuck that means, don't understand what it takes to change the status quo of an entire country. He states that every revolution is authoritarian by default, including bourgeois revolutions. You can tell Second Thought's a fan of On Authority because this is an idea he gets directly from it. On the subject of On Authority, Second Thought has an entire part of his leftist section on it. Use it to claim more or less that calling out authoritarian tendencies among leftists is pointless because, well, the revolution needs authoritarianism. Second Thought goes on to say that in order to stop reactionaries from getting into power, we need to suppress them by means of police force, shutting down outlets and banning certain kinds of speech. This is literal enemy of the state thinking, that in order to stop the rise of bad things from happening, we must use as much force and suppression necessary in order to quench it out. Right. We can expand our concept of what a revolution is outside of just a bunch of dudes with pitchforks. I mean, I honestly, I think that's not a bad, not a bad reference to anti-tankieism in general. If we're being completely honest. I remember the video he did for CPUSA a couple months ago. I should have read chat earlier. Sorry, guys. No. Warlord, no. That's no fun. I want to see a lot of headless right. He states afterwards that people who argue against authoritarianism are handing an easy victory to the capitalist regime, which is about as brain dead as a take as can be mustered on the subject. Authoritarianism is largely a product of capitalism left unchecked. Nazi Germany, modern-day Russia, even the governments that Second Thought has run defense for, like the USSR, were all, at least from an economic perspective, products of capitalism. Fuck the term privatization was coined to describe things that were happening in Nazi Germany, true. Authoritarian regimes, time and time again, been capitalist. He goes on to say that the stance of anti-authoritarianism is largely a product of Western imperialism, and that a lot of the people who are anti-imperialist are privileged. So, it's like 52 degrees outside, and it's only going to get colder down yonder. We don't have snow. We have ice. Okay. And when I mentioned the cats were stealing my shoes, define shoe, if you will. There used to be tread on these. You used to be. Not so much anymore. Okay. So, anti-authoritarians are naive and don't have any skin in the game because they're privileged and don't care about real problems going on in the world because they've got too many damn luxuries, according to Second Thought. Second Thought ends the video. I'd already brought up the ramen. Second Thought ends the video by saying that calling things authoritarian is meaningless and the word should ultimately be retired. After multiple introductory videos on leftism and its concepts, Second Thought finally lets the mask slip. He's nothing more than another privileged schmuck, true, who prides himself on his knowledge of theory and the fact that he's not the average American. He talks often about things like anti-imperialism and socialism and the revolution. He pretends to have a deep understanding of those things, when deep down, Second Thought is nothing more than a college kid with a red book in his hands. True! He's shocked when Nebula would drop him for his comments of Israel and Palestine and how the people Hamas killed were mere settlers. Second Thought is someone who thinks himself morally righteous, who thinks himself special because he holds privilege, or he holds positions others won't take. Right. Because they're bad. I love this, though. Fucking Karl Marx hit it with the babe, wake up, Naomi thread just dropped. That was exactly what I was thinking whenever I saw this. I actually saw the notification in Discord, and then yeah, Alex, what up though? I saw someone else tweet that out also. The Nebula dropped him. But yeah, holy shit. No hot takes there. Jesus. Covers the entire foot. I misspoke there. I meant to say anti-authoritarian. No worries. I thought you did pretty good. This is what I think the second massive thread I seen you do with regard to something that you sent me. Not that honestly, I probably see more of your tweets than anybody else for the interactions. The algorithm is not very good to your boy Chainsaw. So here's what every single one of you good folks in my chat could do, whether you're on side chat, whether you're on Twitch, or whether you're hanging out somewhere else, which I doubt. Go ahead and give the Twitch channel a follow. Smash that subscribe button on YouTube, because we need all the YouTube subscribers we can get. Here's the thing: you can dig through my Twitter account and see how much interactions we be getting. I always be tweeting, I always be replying, but the algorithms do what they do. Just about every single social media platform I'm on gets the similar treatment. I can't tell if it's my hot takes scaring away the people who are bought up with the propaganda. Boy, that sounds like something Second Thought would say, wouldn't it? But it's true, and you can tell because most leftists in that category disagree with me. But also, I strongly urge you to do your own research. Take a look at it yourself. If you disagree with me on something, it must be because either you haven't done enough or I haven't. It definitely could be one of the two or both potentially, but always happy to learn more. I think the difference is I'm more than willing to do some introspection. So much so I wrote a fucking song about it, which is typically what we have for the intro music. Engagement mode activated. Thank you very much. Alex has been kind of my hero on that here lately, and I definitely appreciate that. Of course, Naomi Chance was also my hero on that before the old account suspension, which was made me very sad. But I do appreciate everyone who stops in for stream, stops in by the chat, does all the good things. All right. Listen, folks, we've been streaming for 4 hours, which is like a lot for a guy who doesn't stream that often. I would love to stream more. The best way to keep your boy Chainsaw in this seat and help grow this big brain inside of this gigantic fucking watermelon-shaped head is to support the stream by going to chainsawccc.com/memberships, because I didn't change the link because we moved some things around, and that was the default. But you could subscribe on the website for as low as $5 per month. Going through Ko-Fi, you subscribe on the website. You get a cool highlighted name in chat, kind of like what Mata Ursa got, but it'll be a different color because Mata Ursa the mod. And otherwise, is there anything else I got? I think that was like, share. Ooh. Oh man. Okay. So I guess we could talk about one other thing that I saw that I thought was fucking completely, absolutely batshit insane. And this happened earlier today. It's not exactly content, but it is pretty fucked, I think. Oh, and I guess we probably should talk about that since that was part of the title of the stream VOD, right? So I'll make this one quick, and then we'll raid out somewhere fucking cool as shit. Let's see. Is this the last one? This is the last one. Okay. All right. Firstly, Beer Bass Johnson posted this based-ass thing. What up, Alex? Good to see you over here. All right. Hey, cool. Now everybody's over in side chat. Now we can all raid out together and have a lot of fun. So Beer Bash Johnson posted, also get in the Discord. Also get in the Discord. Oh my God. Yeah. Get in the fucking Discord. If you don't get in Discord, you never know when I stream because I'm getting the fucking shaft from the fucking algos, right? Every single social media platform I am on fucking hates your boy Chainsaw. And honestly, a lot of the other people on those social media platforms are not big fans. It's kind of sad. I didn't do nothing to nobody. I was so good. I was so nice. We even what is it? Site? No. Oh shit. What's the? I don't have the Discord link, but it was. What do you mean? It's on the website. You just click the one that says Discord. It's right there. If you're on the website, you click the Discord. I don't know that I have one. Linked here. But yeah, you just click on the one that says Discord. It's next to the one that says live. If you're already on the website, you're already on the website. If you're not on the website, I don't know what you're doing. By the way, Alex, I added that emote specifically for you, buddy. And then if we ever get Kyryu over here, I got one specifically for Kyryu, which is the other thing that Kyryu does that's kind of similar to you, the thing that you do. So that's fun. So, you know. But anyway, yeah, also you can, so when you support the stream with your monetary contributions, once you make it up to $40, you get to choose your own emote that we end up throwing up in the site chat. So that's fun. And have your own emote, whatever it is you like, whatever it is your thing, you know, emote maybe from another streamer or whatever, you know, we could talk about it. But we got a special section for that in the Discord too. Mata Ursa are going to be hosting a movie night thing. We're going to try and work that out because apparently that's what streamers do. They hang out in their Discord and they watch fucking kick-ass movies, and we got some really cool themes we got planned out. We're going to do black and white movies, but it's not the regular black and white movies. It's regular movies made in the 21st century, but we're going to watch them in black and white because we're weird. It's going to be a lot of fun. You know, like, what would you call that? Not era, but, what's the word for that? Movies from a time, movies with the plot is in a time that they would have a black and white movie. There you go. They call it a thing. It's a something piece. It's a era something. We're gonna watch Inglourious Bastards in black and white. Okay. Watching movies made in color but in black and white. Yeah, we're watching Glorious Bastards in black and white. Period piece. Thank you. It was right there. It was fucking right there. Thank you very much. Period piece. Yeah, we're gonna do a period piece, but it's gonna be black and white. So like Inglourious Bastards is one we got queued up. You know, we're gonna do some things. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be great. Anyway, so Beer Bash, or rather, this Punish Johnson person posted this hilarious shit that I thought was funny. And then we'll get to the more serious content, and then we're gonna raid the fuck out. I just stumbled on this fucking thing on Facebook and cackled at it like an absolute creature. Which also, if you're not supporting Beer Bash Johnson, we'll throw that up too. Pretty sure everybody is. I'd assume Beer Bash is cool as fuck. Like the bear Jew. The bear Jew. Be at Swedish cruise ship. Haven't defecated in a week. Shit at least 3 giant python in the toilet. Try to flush. Not working. Panic. Try to flush again. But shit doesn't flush. Look for a cleaner lady in the hallway. Swedish is really bad. So grab the hand of cleaner and take her to the bathroom. Try to flush and say, Tita, watch in English. While push flush button, shit goes quite normally away to sewer. Fuck. That's got to be a rough one, man. I'm just saying. All right. Okay, so Greta Thunberg posted this. Speaking of, she's Swedish? I think she's Swedish. I don't know. She's one of them folks from up yonder somewhere. So Greta Thunberg, at least I know how to pronounce her name correctly. All right. Tweeted this out, I guess earlier today? Yeah, 16 hours ago. Week 270. Today we strike in solidarity with Palestine and Gaza. The world needs to speak up and call for an immediate ceasefire, justice, and freedom for Palestinians and all civilians affected. And seem to be missing something here. The full picture, it had a thing over here, and we'll take a look at that. But this is the edited version of the picture in the tweet, right? And then she responds with, "It has come to my knowledge that the stuffed animal shown in my earlier post can be interpreted as a symbol for anti-Semitism." What? That's new to me. What up, K Variable? Come on over into the website chat. We got if you need help, there's a help button. Which I was completely unaware of. The toy in the picture is a tool often used by autistic people as a way to communicate feelings. We are, of course, against any type of discrimination and condemn anti-Semitism in all forms and shapes. This is non-negotiable. That is why I deleted the last post. Oh, okay. So it's an anti-Semitic stuffed animal? What does that look like? Bruh. Oh. That's autism thing. It's like, go like this, and it's like, you go the other way, and it's like, meh. like what? Like this. It's so wild. What? Anti-Semitic stuffed animal? What does the Kraken next to you on the couch mean, Greta? The Kraken was and is a well-known sign of the Nazis for the anti-Semitic term International Finance Judaism. In this photo context, you definitely should explain yourself ASAP. What the fucking holy shit? You fucking kidding me right now? That's what that you gotta be shitting me. Hence, per the title, I don't even know what the title of this stream is, but it should, if not, it should say something like Wokescolds troll fucking Greta Thunberg, because this is absolutely insane, bro. This is absolutely insane. You know what this is? This is last year. I'll tell you what this is. It was just a flippy octopus thing. I forgot what those are called. But the stuffed animal thing is like corduroy bears. IRC, I'll have to ask you. It's not a symbol for anti-Semitism. It's an anti-Semitic symbol for Jewish people, and it makes no sense to why she would have the Jewish octopus if she hated you. It's the connection they're making that's even worse. Oh no, really? I'll have to take your word for it. That's all right, guys. It's time to end the experiment that has taken on a life of its own. Here's a. Okay, no, this is just whatever. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Here are some accounts where you can find information, you can help, and then just people losing their shit or being like it's fine, or you're so wrong, or I have no idea what. I don't know. But anyway. Yeah, holy shit, dude. Like I'll tell you what this is. Okay. Y'all may remember last year, I think it was like before Roe was overturned, actually. Before the whole thing happened. When Roe was still in place, there were a lot of people showing their concerns online when the case made it to the Supreme Court about what was happening. And there was a user on Twitter who tweeted out just a solidarity tweet. It was something along the lines of, oh, well, if you live in a state, if this happens and, camping is made illegal, or maybe it was like right after Roe, maybe it was like the day after Roe or some shit, or like the week after, whatever. after Roe was overturned, and states were like, "Oh fuck, what can we do? How do we fuck over fucking how do we prevent killing babies and shit?" And people like Brian Seitz were working day and night to tooth together legislation that would make treating ectopic pregnancies illegal. Right? It was like during that same week when he was tirelessly working at his desk to do that very thing, that a user on Twitter had tweeted out something in solidarity like, hey, look, if you live in a state that makes camping illegal, you can come to my state and camp. We can, or I think people should be helping people to go to states where camping is legal. I live in a state where they probably won't make camping illegal, and y'all should come here and do your camping here. It was basically signifying to, if you live in a red state that's definitely going to make abortion legal because these Nazi fucks do what Nazi fucks do, you should go to a state where there isn't that. And I think that more people should be helping that. And I wouldn't mind moving my friends and shit to come over here and do their thing, right? Get the healthcare that they need and whatever, solidarity, big dick, whatever, let's touch tips and shit. Cause we're not fascists, right? That was the basis of the tweet. That was the whole point, right? This shit made it to fucking TikTok and Facebook, and all of the absolute fucking worst people in the goddamn universe lost their shit about it. But you know who lost their shit about it the most? And I say this just from my own perspective, okay? Because I'm very connected with these communities. Or I was connected. But now I just see them. People show them to me because they know that I'm annoyed by them. Radical feminist communities. A lot of online radical feminist communities lost their fucking shit. Wokescolds fucking lost it. Because this was cheap virtue signaling at a serious situation, and this is not in any way supportive of women's rights, and people who are reposting this are actually doing more harm than they are doing good, even though this was a situation that had just happened. It wasn't even happening yet at the time. We could have a good idea that most states, again, in the case of Brian Seitz piece of shit ass, that most states and most red states and most state legislators who would push forward with these kind of anti-choice bills and work to get them signed into law. We could foresee that, but it hadn't happened yet. Word hadn't hardly gotten out quite to that level yet of what this would mean. It was still being debated as to whether or not that they would go so far as to try to legislate against ectopic pregnancies, or in the cases of incest or rape or whatever. That was still like, well, surely the Republicans wouldn't put bills in place like that, right? Well, now we've seen that was very much the case, but at the time it was still being discussed as to whether or not that was a reality of the situation. So you've got someone who tweets something out just randomly in solidarity, and other people who are like, yeah, this is fucking a problem. Like, this is seriously a fucking problem. And they're sharing this screenshot like a meme, because that's what people who aren't on Twitter do. Sometimes people on Twitter do. Started tweeting that shit out like that, right? And lo and behold, it made it into the hands of so many of the most fucking ridiculous Wokescold communities online, and they lost their shit about it, and they started bullying this person. They started bullying this person so much that they deleted their Twitter account. Okay? They made such fucking a ruckus online, and if you're not terminally online enough to have seen this, thank God, but Planned Parenthood Ontario made an entire fucking expose about this shit, and about how this wasn't helping. And TikTok creators fucking, across the fucking platform were showing this and being like, this is not helping. This is not helping the fight for women's rights to choose. And this is actually doing more damage, and all this shit that I just said a few minutes ago, right? That's That's what this is. That's literally all this is. That's literally all this is. Greta Thunberg with her friends with these signs that say, I stand with Gaza. Free Palestine. Climate justice now. This Jew stands with Palestine. And just so happen to have this little thing right here. This little frowny facey Oh my God! I can't believe that Greta Thunberg would do something like that. I can't believe she's an anti-Semitic dog whistle. Oh my God! This is terrible. We have to cancel Greta now. Fucking what? What? Holy shit, bro! Like Greta Thunberg body shaming that other dipshit. I wasn't even that mad about that. You know, like who the fuck is doing this? Who the actual fuck is doing this? And why so much? Like, really? But this is again, this is part of why. And I mean, here's the thing, like we can laugh and we can think that's funny and we can da. But again, it's the same thing that happened to Major Tom. Okay. Deleted their fucking Twitter account, right? Greta Thunberg done cucked the post. Okay. The tweet or whatever it is, whatever website we're on. I don't even know. Okay. So like when the Tankies come out and they say they're dumb shit, it has real world, effects. I think we went over this last time on stream about how conservatives are going to start using the anti, all the goofy Tankie talking points that they've been screeching about for the last week. That they're going to use that to equate, BLM with Hamas and with, whatever. That's the new conservative talking point now because Tankies won't shut the fuck up. That's what we're going to see on Fox News and fucking OAN and the other fucking circle jerk fucking Trump fucking cum bucket guzzling fucking news channels now because Tankies won't shut the fuck up. Wokescolds won't shut the fuck up. So this is what we get now. We get Greta Thunberg being like, oh my goodness, please don't cancel me. Or, I can't do the Swedish chef voice, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, holy shit, dude. Holy shit. And it's not even her fault. I say that like in a kind of like a bad way, right? I'm like, I can't believe Greta Thunberg would cuck herself out like this. But like, it's not her fault. These fucking dipshits are causing a ruckus while she's over here trying to do like normal fucking activism that they obviously have no idea what it is. These people have no fucking scruples whatsoever. We just watched the Second Thought video where this guy's talking about privilege and shit. Meanwhile, he's sitting on 1.6 fucking bajillion fucking subscribers and fucking whatever the fuck. Okay, I'm over here eating packets of ramen. You fucking you fuck. Okay, these people do have real world effects on shit. I'm not over here streaming for my health. Okay, and I'm not doing it to keep the lights on. And I'm not doing it to keep the gyoza in the air fryer that eventually goes in the fucking that I got with a coupon, by the way. Back when we was coupon it. That goes in the cups of ramen. Okay, I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it for you good people and to for be entertaining and for the change that I get from the ad revenue that we don't get because we get you on the other website. Just holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. I don't see too much wrong with challenging this shit. Now, challenging it in a way that's productive, of course, because we can see the ill effects of doing it in a not so productive way, obviously. But yeah, Tankies, Wokescolds, whatever the topic is that I'm discussing, that I include a lot of rad femmes in the Tankies and Wokescolds category because there is a lot of overlap there. Basically, what it is you have people who are very a lack of nuance. And yeah, my bad. You mentioned that user may very well be a neo-Nazi or whatever, or some fucking fascist fuck that supports Azov. Okay, that I'll take that correction. Wokescolds are going to see that and be like, and they're going to virtue signal about that. And then the next thing you know, I don't know, we're going to see something about this shit, right? I don't know. We're going to, it's going to be all over TikTok. Greta, cancel Greta because Greta's anti-Semitic or some shit. Whatever. Like that's just going to be a thing. And obviously where she stands, is not a place that, you can have that sort of bad criticism. So anyway, but it is same thing I told Justin earlier. It's a lack of nuance. The differences we see between, gender essentialism in radical feminism, the extremes that we see in, the ways, the means to fight, anti-capitalism is with another strong form of authoritarianism. And in this case, the means of which we can find to battle against, racism is with, cucking ourselves to just shutting the fuck up. Regardless, it's just tone policing. It's all just tone policing. Every single bit of it is tone policing, and it's so bad. It's so bad and it's so painful. It's something that I wish the left had never gotten involved with. It's almost like taking idpol to a whole new world. I don't know. Anyway, I'm getting on a rant about that. Holy shit. Of course, let's see, with their anti-Semitic dog whistles, I know you're talking. Okay, so Prawn, you saw the camping thing. Honestly, Prawn, I wouldn't be surprised if Trans Cat Dad saw a lot of the same stuff that I saw also. I mentioned to you before in your stream that I wondered if sometimes when Trans Cat Dad talks about a lot of those rad femmes, that we may not necessarily be talking about some of the same individuals and groups in online spaces. Unironically, because I think I can't help but think that we might have associated in some of the same circles a few years back, just from some of the stories that he talks about. It was like so fucking familiar watching Trans Cat Dad's content. Like, wow, I agree, and I think I agree so hard. It's unbelievable. We provide you camping supplies. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll be here next week. May do some gaming streams at some point. Really kind of fucked Mata Ursa when it came to Final Fantasy 14 online by doing it on Facebook. So we're gonna have to find some workarounds for that. Chainsaw in chat saw medicine's finally kicking in. Well, hey, appreciate you coming out, Epic Prawn. Good to see you, and thanks for making it out to site chat. This is the real chat, by the way. It's where all the things are happening. No matter what Warlord says, don't believe Warlord. Warlord's just trying to cause problems. I'm about to mod Warlord though. And then we can have Warlord and Mata Ursa fighting. I'll put them in two different departments, though. I guess at that point, Mata Ursa, you would win because you're a mod in both chats. Therein lies the problem. A lot of people, especially on the left, are using the fact that a lot of Israelis hate Bibi as a conflation, that they're anti-Zionists and don't deserve to be lined. Jesus. And we're not going to grant Warlord the same not luxuries. What's the word? The same whatever. Warlord can't fed post. Only Mata Ursa. All right. Listen, my little monsters. I fucking love every single one of you. You're all wonderful, wonderful people. All the little gay people in my phone, and all the little straight people in my phone, and all the little people with all the other flags of whatever flags you got in my phone. I appreciate you coming out. Seriously. No, this was a big one for me. I don't stream as often as I'd like to. and I saw a lot of names in chat that I have always wanted to see in chat. And so it was a lot of fun for me. We got a chance to go on Justin Freakin's Friday Night Freak Show, which, as he said several times, was a long time coming. Do definitely appreciate you getting the opportunity to do that. Listen, if you haven't already subscribed to the YouTube channel, be sure and subscribe. We're well on our way to getting monetized on YouTube. Yeah, you could tell I'm not actually monetized on YouTube. That's a real thing. So, you know, it is what it is there. But, you know, I had a lot of fun tonight. I had a lot of fun streaming with you guys, and I look forward to doing more streams and having more content for that, for next week. If I can this weekend, which I don't see a lot of time, but I would like to, which is why it's important to get in the Discord, which will be your link to your right. It'll say Discord. You just go over there and click on it, and it'll take you to the Discord, right? I would like to do some gaming streams, and what we might do is just do those over here on Twitch. I've been trying to do gaming streams on Facebook because I'm trying to capture that crowd also, because I've come across a lot of pretty cool folks over there. But you know, we'll see what happens. I'm definitely going to be streaming on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and intermittently whenever I can. I would like to stream every morning, if we can wake up early enough. But hold on to your hats. We're going to do a raid real quick. Raids on the website work a little bit differently than they do everywhere else. If you're familiar with it, great. If not, that's perfectly fine. So here's how raids on the website work. Basically, we find someone to raid out to, and then whenever I say goodnight, we go to the raid screen or the starting soon screen, and then yeah, you good people just basically refresh your browsers. It's pretty simple. Not difficult at all. Let's see. All right. And then jump over there and scream about, you know, we chainsaw raid and all that fun stuff, right? So it's a good time. Holy shit. How do I not have a Greycraft link set up? Oh, what a dick. All right. Hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on. Hold on. I wasn't prepared for this, okay? I don't always stream at times when Greycraft is on anyway. What did I just do? Okay. I'm like, what the fuck just happened here? Okay. All right, so we put that there, put this here, put that there. And oh. Is it that easy? Hang on. I think it's just that easy. Type in the username, Greycraft. All right, the most important part, of course, during raids is to stop in at the raid target and let them know, hey, we're raiding, it's chainsaw raid, and scream and shout and be nice. We like Greycraft. Greycraft is pretty cool. Right, and Monday Monochrome, damn, I like that one. Monday Monochrome movie marathon. Except it's not a marathon. We're just going to watch one movie and then, like, do something else, right? I don't know if that's a marathon. whole problematic song segment. Not the good gay monochrome. True. No, I like it. It's a good name. I do dig it. Totally. I'm gonna have to remember that one. We'll rename the thing. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over to Greycraft. Y'all know Greycraft? Pretty sure everybody knows Greycraft by now. Whenever we get over to Greycraft, you're gonna want to click on the okay, y'all know how raids work, right? We're gonna go to this screen here. I'm gonna say goodnight. I'm gonna say I love you. We're gonna go to the waiting screen and we're gonna end stream. And when stream ends, all you gotta do, refresh your browsers. You refresh your browser, you get raided. You go over to Greycraft and you say, oh my god, it's Chainsaw Raid, okay? So that's what we're gonna do right now. I love you, and thank you very much for coming. It was a lot of fun. And we'll catch you between now and Tuesday. Refresh your browsers. Love you, bye. Take care. And, drink water. Refresh your browsers.